Welcome everybody to the Abington Conservation Commission meeting. Today is January 14th, 2025. The time is 6:32 p.m. So first up it's not on the agenda, but I want to have a welcome to our new commissioner, AJ Schneider.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. He's a full voting member, so welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, SEO 840560, just to discuss a final monitoring report for 48 Lincoln Street. So Jean, Nick, and I went out there. They already have a certificate of compliance, but it was just to make certain that, the plants that they had planted were growing really well. I thought they looked really good.
They did extremely well, and they did very well during the summer as far as growth goes.
Yeah.
The area looks like it's establishing itself.
Yeah.
So
There's something funny with the trees being planted a little close to each other.
Yeah, but
We'll see. Do you have any thoughts, Nick?
No, it just seemed like the local deer really appreciated the bushes there, so.
oh, the little bushes, but
Yeah.
they're nibbling on the
Well, it
little
is.
ones, but
Yeah.
that's to be expected.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a part of it, so,
Right,
But,
exactly.
Hopefully they'll make it through the winter.
yeah.
Yeah. Anybody have any questions about that? No? Okay. So that's all taken care of, no vote needed. Next up is SEO 840572, request for certificate of compliance located at 75 Block Street. So I don't think we have anybody here for that. Alex and I did a site walk and it looked really good. House is gorgeous. It's still being constructed, I think, on the inside. Right, Nick? They're still doing inside?
Yeah, they have the whole outside envelopes done.
Yeah.
I mean, I think last I was in there, they've insulated, working on sheet rocking, but everything,
Yeah.
all the outside work's been finished.
Yeah, they got rid of the two sheds.
Oh, good.
The ones that are just gross, those are gone.
And I think they had said that they were going to give us some signs that weren't required by the order of condition, but he did.
He did.
Oh, that was a very
And
good
they
thing.
were the correct size.
Excellent.
They were in good places. No, it looked really, really good. There was garbage in the wetlands that they said they were gonna take out.
Okay.
And it was still there, but I think you talked to them. and
Yeah, I went
took
back
it
a
out?
couple days later, they had pulled everything out, actually, I think I put some photos in your packets of my second time out there. It's the one with the snow on the ground. The,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a tire, an old TV, and some kind of loose rubbish. Everything had been cleaned out the second time.
Okay,
Okay, good.
very good.
All right, so any questions
Wow.
for that?
Taking it, this is it, right?
And this is
The back
it.
of the property here, the snow and everything. That looks good to me.
Yeah, it's very nice
Nice
property.
job, very nice job.
Okay, so can I get a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of compliance for 75 Block Street, SE 0840572.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. All right, moving on, discussion on ANRAD located at 0 Shaw Avenue. I know that Ken Thompson couldn't be here tonight, but he agreed with everything that our peer reviewer said. So now it's a matter of approving the ANRAD. I don't know if you guys got the report that,
There should be a report in all the packets.
yeah.
Yep.
The,
I think there were some changes in the flagging, correct?
He did say that there were changes in the flagging. I don't have the original ANRAD for some reason.
I don't either.
So my impression is that they did add more, and I think he mentioned that they had added bank to it, which
From-
wasn't on there.
Yeah, from the outfall from the wetland
Yeah.
under Rob English Way.
So John and Justin, you remember going out there? And so I think that was the bank that he referred to that he added. And then there was an isolated vegetated wetland that I don't think was on the original plan. And They may have been missed because the state doesn't regulate, doesn't require IVW's protection, but the town bylaw gives protection to IVWs. So that's been on there. And you, Nick, you probably saw what his comment was at the end about making certain that you, when you're filling out the form to indicate, to put in IVW, because the state might go, we don't protect that, or something. I
Keep
thought
it
that was
separate.
very hopeful of him.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So, do you have any thoughts about this?
Well, I mean, I'm happy with the peer review, and that Ken was in agreement with the changes being made, calling out the isolated because of our town regulations, so I'm okay with this. You want a motion?
Well, I want to see if anyone else has any.
What are the downstream effects of approving this, right? Does this change the discussion between the owner of Zero Shaw and the Robert English properties now?
I'm not sure what the discussion is with that. What we do right now is just would approve that, yes, we agree, this is the delineation.
Okay, so that's the only thing we're talking about now?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with
Yeah, I don't-
neighbors and disputes.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
I'm your peer reviewer.
Oh, hi.
yeah. Awesome.
Well, you want to come up here?
If you want me.
Yeah, come on up.
Sorry for being late.
Oh, no worries. Nice to meet you. Okay. All right.
It sounds like you've already been talking about it. I went to the site in December.
Or you might want to just introduce yourself.
Oh,
Yes.
TV audience is watching her.
I'm in hurry mode here. My name is Brandon Fanoff. I am a professional wetland scientist with Ecosystem Solutions, hired to be the peer reviewer to the Conservation Commission for this ANRAD. Okay. All right, so I visited the site with the wetland delineator, and we made some changes to the wetland boundary, the BBW boundary. Some of them were significant, like 30 feet or more. But it was Ken Thompson. He had no objections to the changes that I was recommending. At the same time, I noticed that there was a stream that flows under Robert English that was completely missed. So I pointed that out, put up some bank flags, and again, Mr. Thompson had no objections. Yeah, so so they came back with a revised plan. So in the end, my recommendation is to issue an order of resource area delineation is accurate for the following resource areas. The KT series as amended as BVW under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the Abington Wetlands Protection Bylaw. The BF series flags as inland bank under, again, the WPA and the Abington Bylaw. And the A series flags as isolated vegetated wetland under the Abington Wetlands Bylaw only because, as the chair was just saying, the state don't care about those. In order for an isolated wetland to be jurisdictional under the Wetlands Protection Act, it has to hold a certain volume of water. They use Old English terms, and it's called a quarter acre foot, which means a quarter acre in area 1 foot deep, which is the equivalent of 10,890 cubic feet.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay. Awesome.
I know, it's just the way it is.
Okay. Well, thank you, Brandon. That was,
So was the IVW on there before, or is that something that you?
It's in the top part of the, yeah, it's right up in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the stream
The
was?
stream is right here. It goes underneath Robert English, and it's,
is this the culverted area here?
yes, it is. There's a nice box culvert right there, which I'm guessing that must have come through this commission one time.
prior probably to us, that this plan has been around for a while.
Yeah.
And it's intermittent. Okay.
Yeah, it was dry, and there's no blue line on the USGS map. There's not even a dash, there's not even a dash dot line there, yeah.
Because I think when Ken first came in and we talked about this, he said there was a little bit of a stream issue, and it was probably 6 feet wide, and now it's much wider.
Yeah, it was pretty wide, yeah, I would say.
And you observed that when you guys walked it, when we were there after?
It looked like the direction of the water had been altered by the plans or the changes that were made at Robert English. So look, there was an old dry bed, and then you could see where the water had sort of spread out in a number of different areas that it wasn't really there before. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we did have a peer review. Thank you, Brandon. It was very nice.
My pleasure.
That day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Anyone from that property, members of the public, want to ask any questions? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any thoughts?
I'm happy with this.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Make a motion to accept the ANRAD for Darrow Shaw with the changes indicated on the new mapping plan.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brandon. It was
Thank you.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
He also teaches MACC classes, just for you.
Oh, yeah.
I've got you. I've got.
doing ticketing in March.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you. Okay, next up is, it's not written on here, but I added it, SC 0840578.
Give over the notice of intent first.
No, I'm doing that.
All right.
Yeah, because it didn't have the SEO
Oh,
number on the
okay.
agenda, so I added it
Okay.
just now.
All right.
So that's a notice of intent filed by Chris O'Neill to construct a detached accessory structure located at 70 Diane Circle. He has asked for a continuance.
Okay.
So I'd like to get a motion for approval of that to the next meeting
Motion as you just discussed.
for January 28th.
28th.
Okay.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great, unanimous. All right, next up is SEO 840576, notice of intent filed by MP Design Consultants for residential subdivision with wetland crossing and 3 single-family lots located at 4454 Linwood Street.
Good evening, everyone. Mark Alencar with MP Design Consultants. We have second meeting right tonight with in regards to Winter Fox LLC project. We have walked the site on December. We have Lane was present as well as Nick and also someone from the fire department, correct? We have made some changes to the plans to address some of the concerns from the previous meeting that we had. Some of these changes were highlighted on the letter that we have sent to you, to the board, along with the alternative analysis figure. I just wanted to kind of go over some of those alternative analysis comments and highlights. Firstly, based on the dead-end road, we cannot exceed the dead-end road of Abington bylaw above 600 feet in length, and the proposed road will most likely require, the alternative road will most likely require to be above the 700 feet in order to give us enough turning radiuses to, have the safety trucks, fire trucks get in and out. And also would be a very hard grading topography-wise, would most likely exceed the 8% allowed on the grading on the roadway. And I just wanted to point out that, the planning bylaws are here to provide, safety first above everything else, is to provide a secure and safe route to get into the homes if there's a case of fire or things of that nature. The recommended alternative on Lot 1 now, which we have revised, we shifted the Lot 1 home. Do you mind if I point it out on the plans?
Go ahead.
That's- So on Lot 1.
Could you aim that so other members of the commission can see it? Because
Sure. Is that
can you
better?
guys all see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lot 1, before, I know the board was concerned about the, trying to be away as much as possible from the 100-foot buffer zone. We understand the buffer zone is there to protect the wetlands, and we wanted to provide the alternative to really push these out of the buffer zones and respect the input from the Conservation Board. So we pushed Lot 1 to, the home is just about 200 square feet now inside of that 100-foot buffer zone. And I would like to point out of the new buffer zone for the wetland replication area. So we included that wetland replication area, and we did a 100-foot buffer off of that on the lines that are shown in red and green. And also with Lot 3, what we did is we shifted the home, we angled the home in a manner that would both stay as much as outside of the 100-foot buffer as possible, as well as staying as much out of that steep slope lane that you've mentioned as possible. So right now, I believe we are about 10 to 15 feet away from the 50-foot building zone, and we're about 35 feet away from that steep slope where that home would be. And you can see that the home was reconfigured. It has an angled shape so that we can accommodate more areas that are outside of that 50-foot no building, and outside of that, at least part of the home is outside of the 100-foot buffer. And one thing that I'd like to note is that by doing these changes, most of our driveways now, it is outside of the 100-foot buffer, but everything is protected with curbs, so no stormwater is getting untreated, at least from the driveways and roadways, right? So they're not getting into the natural resource areas without being properly treated with our stormwater design. And with that, I just want to point out again that our landscaping design takes care of all the replications that the board requires. It's shown in our landscaping plan, C141, I believe.
Bit bottom.
That's the landscaping plan for F-141. But you guys can share that.
Sorry, we're here digging through this.
No storage in
And I just wanted, I don't know if the board wanted to start having any comments, but I would like to point out that we did a research into the Rivers Front Protection Act, and we do understand that under the 310 CMR 10.58, the Riverfront Act is only applicable to the inlet of the water body. Once it gets to the water body, it stops, and then it continues on the outlet of the water body.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
In
Of course.
later
yeah.
on. but
All right.
Yeah, keep that thought.
Okay.
You wanted to see the landscaping plan.
I did. Because I did look
Are
at,
you finished with what you were saying?
Yeah, I'm all set. I'm all set.
Okay, all right.
so
Go
you
ahead,
want to
Jim.
go here, do you want to go to landscape?
Why don't you wanted landscaping?
Well, he suggested we go to landscaping, but I'm looking at house number 3. So how much of house number 3 is in the 100-foot buffer?
I would say probably about 80% of the house.
80%?
Yes.
How about in the 200-foot?
Well, the whole project is inside the 200 foot, right? Yeah.
Do you happen to have the number of trees being cut down versus
Yes,
planted?
that's on the landscaping plan table.
141 and 30.
All right,
So here, clearing schedule.
perfect.
How many are there?
So total 199?
A very specified
Yeah, 601.
table
Yeah,
in
there's
regards to
people can hear you.
the, yeah.
To 50.
We did a very specified table in regards
These are
to
mainly.
each of the buffer zones, because each of the buffer zones require a different replication amount, so we did specify that on the table.
Okay. So I think he just answered, with regards to the number of trees that are going to be removed and where you plan on replacing them. A lot, as I can recall, I think I was out there way back when the plan first came before the board, when the ANRAD was done, and I walked the property with Mr. Garvey. Seems to be substantially covered with mature trees. My question is, with these restoration or replication areas that you're going to do with all these plantings, I'm not sure how they're going to survive in the area that has established trees that are 20, 30
Yeah,
feet high,
the-
and you're only planting plants, and I think our regs indicate that the tree should be a little bit taller than 4 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, we can increase the height of the proposed trees.
Yeah, but my concern is how are they going to grow under that kind of canopy? They don't really, I mean, they won't be successful as far as your.
Well, the proposed trees and type of trees that we proposed were on the guidance of the wetland scientist that was on the project.
And who was
she-
that wetland scientist?
Pine Brook Consulting, I
Okay.
believe it was.
And that delineation was done in
2022.
2022.
And it's still approved under the regulations that
Right,
match
it has
the-
3
yeah.
years, I understand
Yeah,
that.
and also there was an extension
Right.
up to 2027, so,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, when I went out there, it is forested and it does
But there's room for trees to still
have
grow.
100-something
190.
trees. I'm not understanding how you can replace trees in a forest, an already forested area.
Well, let's just think of any projects that has been done, you know, with recent developments, right? Any project that requires clearing will have to remove trees. And if you look at the bylaw really specify trees in 6 inches of diameter. So those trees are not that tall, right? So if you take a comparison in between the height of the trees and the diameter of the trees, out of those 196, might only be 80 that are actually mature and tall enough, right? So you have to take that into consideration as well.
But also the purpose of the trees in the buffer zone where the houses are going to lie, and one of them is going to be in there 80%. The mature trees that are in there now that are being removed, I mean, I don't know the
Well-
species that are out there. However, I do know that, like, on average, a tree will absorb in a buffer zone anywhere to 50 to 150 gallons of water. So the impact to the wetlands is kind of a concern when you're removing that many trees from a buffer.
If you look at the lot in question
Yep,
that we're saying,
yep.
we can certainly count how many mature trees there will be and will be removed. And if you look at how many trees we're actually proposing, I'm assure you that it will be more trees than we're removing.
Yeah, my point isn't that, I understand that when you build, you have to remove trees if you're building in a forested area. My My concern is, how do you successfully plant trees in a forest, 100-something trees, where you're dealing with already mature trees in these different areas? They're gonna get outcompeted. A 6-foot tree that you put in is gonna get outcompeted by a tree that's 20 feet tall. I don't know, like
The tree can still grow, you know.
Sure, it can grow,
right?
but it's gonna
But
get,
if we look at the existing trees that are there now, I'm sure they're outcompeting each other, right? Their canopies are still outcompeting each other. That's just nature. Nature's gonna drive its course again.
right?
Right, but you're increasing the density of trees with your replacement.
We are, on certain areas, we certainly are increasing the density, but it's not.
So you're saying that trees are existing right now, so your argument of saying that trees are existing right now and competing fine, it doesn't stand because they're existing at their current density. You're going to increase the density against existing trees.
On certain areas, not all areas. So there might be areas that we might be decreasing the existing density that are out competing each other's, and we might be making it better, that area specifically.
One other concern I have with regards to the trees and everything, in that house lot number 3, that's 80% in the buffer zone, the impact downhill to the residents who live, because that is the steep side of the lot.
There's a lot of concerns the residents had last time, of flooding in the
Yeah.
basements.
House
and-
number 3,
Yeah, but
so, may I finish just my thought? Because when you take mature trees and remove them, the absorption rate and a buffer zone slows down stormwater. A buffer zone also filters out sediments and impurities and reduces negative impacts to the properties below. With the removal of those trees, my concern is the people who live below that. I do see that you have a wetland replication area, but you also, on one of the other pages, had an emergency stormwater thing in the same area. So that's telling me that you're anticipating some sort of stormwater. Is that not correct?
it is.
So removing those trees and putting that in there, and I'm concerned about the residents who live below there.
Of course, yeah. So if we look at our grading plan, right,
Yep,
our profile.
Is this it?
Yeah. you guys-
am I on the right one? Is that 121?
Exactly.
Yep, I'm on it. Yep.
If you look at the profile of the road, it's gonna come in, it's gonna have a little bit of a slope so that water doesn't get out of our lot. and go into the roadway. Then it's gonna come down to the lowest point, which will be kind of where which will come down and then will come up. At the high point of where the wetland is, water is gonna pitch away from those high points.
Okay,
right?
but that-
And it's gonna be collected, this thing, my thought.
Yes.
It's gonna be collected on the catch basins, correct? Catch basins are deep sub-catch basins. If you look at the Mass DP standards, those catch basins remove the total suspended soils of about 80%, right? And then it's gonna go into a 4-bay. And that calculation is all shown in the stormwater report, which was reviewed by the peer reviewer, Norwood Engineering. And we have come to a very, probably up to 3 revisions now. And we take care of both volume and peak discharges of stormwater of all the impervious area and also the pervious area of the site, because that's how we do the designs for stormwater design. Mass DP came back with no comments. Norwood Engineering had some comments on our stormwater, which we gladly provided to you guys, the last set of comments that they had. So with this said, the stormwater that you are referring to, the stormwater feature that you're referring to, it would only take part of the impervious area. It's gonna go into catch basins. Then it's gonna go into what's called the infiltration basin. That infiltration basin, it's on the stormwater report, which we can refer to, it stages up, and only on certain events, it's gonna go into the emergency.
What
still.
certain events? Just
We have to
give
look
me an
at-
example. Anything,
No, anything I would say probably above, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches of rain or more. I don't
Okay.
know. Just on certain events, it's gonna flow into the emergency spillway, then it's gonna go directly to the wetland.
And that wetland
And
is
all this here, we walked the site and I made sure to show Nick and Lane.
wetland.
And I made sure to show Nick and Lane this, that the abutters that were concerned about water getting in there, the existing topography that we're not touching, it all slopes down into our wetland, because the wetland is the lowest spot, you know, in the neighborhood. Everything slopes down into that location
Okay.
of the pond.
Just backing track about what you said about peer review. My understanding is that wasn't complete.
Yeah, we had
That-
we had the third time of review.
Yeah.
If you look at the third time of review up with where we left, he had no other stormwater calculations or in regards to our design.
Because planning said that they hadn't quite finished. The person who's their peer reviewer for stormwater has retired,
Yep,
and we're here now because they had questions about the trees.
yes, that's
Because of the
correct.
bylaw.
Yep,
But she wanted me to know, she wanted me to tell her when we were done because they needed to inform
Oh,
the
yes.
stormwater peer review on their end. So when you say it's been looked at, that's correct. But it
Yes.
sounds like from what planning told me, it hasn't been completed, that it hasn't been fully
When
accepted.
we can gladly exchange emails with the peer reviewer. I believe his name is David Johnson.
Well, that's,
And I can-
that's,
Yeah.
that's
and
planning.
Yeah, that's planning.
I'm not gonna step
And we will definitely
there.
have to get the approval from planning again. What we want to get tonight is, hopefully we can all reach into this, achievement, is to get the blessing from the Conservation Commission, so I can go back to planning board, reapply to planning board, and open the conversation with them again, because the planning board was not going to allow us to proceed much further without getting the conservation tree bylaws, and your tree bylaws kind of contradict each other. So we wanted to make sure to get the blessing from the Conservation Commission, so that we may proceed with planning board.
So in regards on drainage on the property, I see your 3 designated snow dumps up at the end of the road there. What is your plan for snow removal on this long driveway in? You gonna haul all the way in? Because you're in buffer on both sides here, you can't windrow to either side.
You can roll the swing like this. You have some areas here at the front, you have some areas over here, you have some areas in the back, some areas. That would let you show you, room and area.
Is this a private road or a pub?
It'll be a town-owned.
It'll be a town under, okay, so the town will be or
Yes.
plowing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with the way this is now, you're proposing to replicate, we now have to extend the buffers.
Yes,
Okay. Is this 100-foot here? This is the newest plan, right?
Yes, that's
So this is the new 100-foot buffer.
correct.
So now you're introducing a buffer onto two people's properties, right? Okay. I don't know if anybody from those properties are here
Three.
tonight.
Doesn't it come down here to,
Well, no, just this
okay.
section right here.
It's just to the
Well, I'm-
property on the back into property Serrano.
So now, if they decide they want to build something, they now will have buffer on their property, and they would have to file with us, whereas before they wouldn't.
Why they wouldn't? this-
If you're saying this is the new buffer,
Yeah. but if-
right?
Mind
So,
if I just point?
yeah, you
no,
can.
right here.
The existing buffer is right here, so this, the existing buffer still exists. This is the existing.
That's the wetland line, which, yeah.
I'm sorry, you mind if I get your pen or something?
Sure, here, there you go. Sorry.
This is the new wetland line here. This is the existing.
Okay,
So
but
the
this,
100-foot buffer still exists here, because we're just barely changing it here.
mhm.
The only property that's getting a little more of a 100-foot buffer is this one. The existing buffers existed on this property.
So you're saying your replication area isn't making this line move at all, except
No.
for up here on these people?
Exactly, to up
So this is affecting the, who are those people? I can't even read it on this map. What did it say? Can you read that?
It's, Lisa Aiello,
A yellow?
yes.
So now they have a new buffer in their yard that they didn't have before.
11 Hunts Pond Lane.
11 Hunts Pond.
Yep, yep, 11 Hunts Pond.
And again, with wetlands, the soil composition of wetlands are always changing, right? So if we delineate something 10 years ago, it might increase now, right? Due to the course of wetlands and how the soil composition of the wetland, that's the determination of Mass DP, is the soil composition of to determine a wetland buffer. So wetlands are always kind of changing, right? And making sure that the delineation is accurate that's why we have the peer reviewers go out there and confirm that.
Right, but what you said earlier is, you have NANRAD, it's still in effect. So what we're seeing here should be accurate,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah,
So
no, it's
I'm not sure why you're bringing up,
No, I'm saying, what I'm
Yeah.
saying, the reason why I'm saying this is you're saying that you're introducing a wetland buffer to a neighbor that might not have had it, right? So what I'm saying is, it can happen in existing lots that have a wetland, that a neighbor did not have a wetland buffer, but over the years, the wetland may increase, and then that neighbor that didn't have a buffer now may have, because of the wetland nature of getting bigger.
right, but,
I'm not saying that this is the case for this, I'm just giving you an example of the existing conditions of what can happen.
sure, but if somebody didn't have a buffer, their property didn't have a buffer, but because a project filled in a wetland and in replicating, now they have a buffer, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be happy.
I think we have.
If all of a
spoken,
sudden I
right,
had
with
one.
Eduardo. I think Eduardo's the owner of the project. The people, the neighbors in the back, you have contact with them. Later, right? Okay. It's yellow, is that? Yeah, so they are aware of it. Eduardo is contacting them daily. They actually like the project, they want the project to come up, so.
Okay, that's just my concern,
Yeah.
because if I were a property owner, I would not be happy with that.
I'd be concerned if they truly understand what it means for them as a property owner, though.
Yeah.
That would be my concern, because they probably don't truly understand what the buffer moving or being readdressed on their property could mean for them if they go to try to put a shed on their property 2-3 years from now, and all of a sudden they can't because of this. I would like to know for a fact that the abutters understand what this means to them.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, this is a public hearing. They had a right to be here to be a part of this conversation, right? And they're not.
And the
So,
butters, they've have been here before, haven't they? They had that.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I was
know-
actually here on the first
I know
hearing.
I know we've had several different times where the
Yes.
butters have, they
Yeah.
were concerned about wildlife and storm drainage and water on their properties.
So there's a couple things, we're gonna go back to the Rivers Protection Act. You guys can see over here, whoops, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, you have the site up here. Oh, right, here's the site. For everybody in the audience. Okay.
You guys can all see what this looks like. Over here is Hunt's Pond. Like you mentioned, with the Rivers Protection Act, if you have a pond that's on the USGS map as a pond, even if it has an inlet, which it does here, Beaver Brook, perennial stream, and an outlet, which is also
dam.
Beaver Brook, it would be considered to be a pond. However, we know from the history of this site that the whole thing used to be a river. It was man-made to make a pond. We know from what the abutters have told us that this dam down here, they're concerned it's gonna go at any time and become a river. And that the town is interested in changing and getting rid of that dam.
Okay. If,
But the funny thing is, one of the things in the Rivers Protection Act is that if a pond has riverine characteristics, in other words, unidirectional flow, as determined by the commission, and there's some other things in the Rivers Protection Act that you can say a pond can have riverine characteristics, then it would have 200-foot riverfront.
I don't agree with that, and I can.
You can go ahead and
Yeah,
read it in the
yeah.
Rivers Protection
Yeah, no,
Act.
I
It's
did,
right
yeah.
there. DEP pointed it out to me,
Okay.
okay? So, one of the characteristics of a river is parallel banks. And the town of Abington owns basically the line between Abington and Brockton. Brockton, thank you, I'm sorry. Owns is on one half and the other. But if you draw lines straight down here, like starting from here, going all the way down, it's almost like a mirror image. You look very carefully at that. And that's more characteristic of how a river acts.
If,
So in terms of that, the way to check whether there's, where that actually has riverine characteristics, one of the things you can do is an orange test, which is where you go out and literally throw
If it flows.
oranges out and you watch to see if it
direction.
flows. You have to do it at several points. We could do it conceivably, but we'd need to get a boat to go out there. Probably be something that a peer reviewer would be better. So that's one of the concerns I have is we don't know whether this has riverine characteristics. Right now, it's iced over, so we couldn't do a test. Second, we're in a severe drought.
We are
So-
still, as of, I know it was posted in the paper, it was posted in the paper December 28th, that the state of Massachusetts, the southeast region, is in still a severe drought.
Right,
That was December 28th, that was 3 weeks ago.
right.
I don't want to take away from you saying. I am, I'm just not saying it.
Okay, so there's that, we don't know, we can't make a determination of whether it has riverine characteristics because of the snow and ice and because of the severe drought. So this, whether it has a 200-foot protection is a question that we need to address. The other thing is that I saw the presence of a beaver dam out there.
what we thought it could be a beaver dam, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
Could.
did a Google image search
Right,
and
right.
it went beaver. That was the first thing that popped up.
And the abutters did claim to see.
And
the
they did
beavers.
tell us there are beavers
Yes,
on
they
this
did
pond.
Yeah,
physically
so-
see them.
That's why when I saw that, I went, I think that's a beaver dam. Took a couple pictures and beavers, the first
I think
results that popped up when I
Mrs.
did that.
George that was here, I believe it was her that said it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, under the Wetlands Protection Act, beaver dens have 100 feet of protection. It's not like the presence of a beaver, and it's not the dam, it's the dens. So what the Wetlands Protection Act cares about with wildlife habitat isn't like the animals themselves, it cares about the habitat they could be in. So even if all the beavers went away tomorrow, because you have habitat that would be, dens out there, a beaver would, take it over. So we don't know where the dens are for the beavers, and we would need to know where they were to determine what the 100-foot protection was for them. Regardless of whether it has riverine characteristics, the town also has a 200-foot bylaw, in our bylaw, a 200-foot buffer for rivers, ponds, and lakes. So I'm seeing a lot of things here where I feel a lot of uncertainty about what this project would do, given that there's a lot of questions about what actually is going on here.
Okay, can I
Please do.
respond to that? Okay. So I like the way you started the explaining the pond, how it was a river and has become a pond because of the dam. So if the dam is going to be removed, now that is not going to longer be a wetland, right? We're all agreed that that's going to turn into a stream, and that's going to have a bank.
Perennial stream.
But it will be a defined bank. So now the bank will most likely be in the center of that wetland.
It's possible that you won't
It's
know.
very possible because
Right.
because the way the ponds work, right? They get the lowest water, get to the lowest elevation, it starts piling up, right? Starts staging. So it'll be possible that we would be completely outside of the 100-foot buffer, the entire project.
Right.
And it could possibly be inside the 200. So at the end of the day, I think that if we do remove that pond, it's going to be in benefit of the project.
Right, but that, we don't know if that will happen or when that will happen.
Right, but
And that's why I'm saying there's a lot of uncertainty
Yep.
right now as to how this pond is. We don't know where the beaver dens are. That's something that would, you know, I don't even know what a beaver den looks like, so I wouldn't even know where to look.
But that location of that den will most likely be inside of that area that it's already protected by the Wetlands Protection Act.
Well, yeah, so, but we're.
So you're not
going to-
increasing the 100-foot buffer.
No, but now you have a 100-foot buffer that can't be encroached on at all.
Right, no grading can.
So right here, you've got a house that's completely, mostly in the buffer.
80%.
And then you have this whole area that's in the buffer. I don't know where that den is. It could be here. It's not, you know, anywhere from 3 to 66 meters is supposed to be the range from where it could be from the side of the dam. So we would need to know.
So we would
where
need to
it
do a
is.
study of the site for the, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking we should have a peer review done of this plan and have,
Another peer review?
it would be a peer review for the NOI, not for the ANRAD.
So a wetland scientist
It was
review.
A wetland scientist, wildlife biologist, they would go out and they would see the feasibility, and they could do things like the orange test in a way that I would be more comfortable with than, I'm a scientist, but I do not know the methodology and the way of doing it for this particular test. I feel more confident if a scientist who knew his stuff or her stuff could do that. So that could be, I would think that would be something that we should consider, because,
This is, yeah, just with everything involved in here is my concern. My concern was the removal of the trees, the impact downhill. I understand that stormwater over here, that's fine, but I still have
Thank
a
you.
problem with removing that much out of a buffer. To me,
But that,
there's just too many questions for me that I'm not, I don't know. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
I mean, they're following the tree bylaws, right? So they're taking trees out from one area, replanting them in another,
yeah.
right? With, although the ratio I think is wrong on your wetland trees, right? So that, those should be 3 to 1 and not 2 to 1.
Correct.
So for those 6 trees, it should be 18 and not 12. I mean, the orange test thing, it sounds like we're talking about, we'd have to delay till spring, essentially, to do.
Especially with the drought and everything too.
yeah, for the
And
drought.
Well, if we're going off a drought, we've been on a drought for how many years now?
Yeah.
Well, the DEP will tell, you know, they have a certain website you can go to and it tells you the level of drought. There's a certain amount, like if it's just a little bit of a drought, where you can say, yes, this is a perennial or intermittent stream or something like that. But we just had, there was a meeting, I want to say last month, with the state aimed for conservation commissioners.
Yeah.
Who said, you know, it's a severe, severe drought. Do not make any determinations.
Right, one of the things that they also taught us that online webinar that they had regarding the severe drought was that any delineations done and the soil analysis done, make sure that the soil was wet, because you're gonna get false information when you
Right, because
pull it up.
as he's reminded us multiple times, the buffers change, the soils change.
Right.
So,
But
within drought.
an intermittent, I mean, a perennial stream can literally, in a severe drought as it is, go down to here. But that's because of the extremity of the lack of snow and rain that we had for 2024. So,
Can I point out something to that? Where our lot is located and how our wetland is, it's on an uphill slope. So most likely the wetland line and edges won't be changing because we are so up gradient from where the wetland line is actually located. So even though we're on a drought, it's not like this pond is gonna increase 5 feet, right, of where the level of the pond is.
Is the town really planning to remove the dam?
We're not sure.
Are they studying it or something? Like, is there an action being
I
taken?
think when one of the abutters had brought it to the attention to DPW, I have not received any communication of you.
My understanding from talking to Nick is that the town tried to get a grant for an engineer to look at it.
Didn't apply, as talked about as a solution rather than dam repairs. It's something. I
So
would
they
describe
just
as
wanna tear it down?
Extremely early
Yeah,
stage.
that- So it's unknown.
Just kind of
about
the general
whether
idea
it'll
is something's gonna have to be done there at some point. That is an option. It's not necessarily the option or anything like that.
happen.
I think everything to do with that dam is early stage, something the town knows about, but it's not something that's being budgeted for currently,
Right.
is my understanding.
I'm not a wetland scientist. I never claimed to be a wetland scientist. I've only had MACC training, and I've had training with our circuit rider. A few opportunities with him in the field and, via Zoom meetings. I just have too many questions here that I'm not comfortable with. Just too many concerns.
So the orange test and the wildlife, we're asking them to pay an engineer to do that? Or is it Abington paying for that?
They would pay, and the person would work for us,
It would be,
like Brandon did
Right.
for Zero
Zero
Shot.
Summer. They pretty much go, but that was an ANRAD. In this particular case, they would look at this plan as submitted and tell us, yes, yes, the information. There's no way for me to verify this information. I'm not comfortable making a decision that might impact people around here and beneath here.
I know you are continuously stating that the trees are gonna be removed within the buffer zone and so on.
Yeah.
And that's why there are regulations and bylaws for that.
I understand.
And you have
but
the
can't take a
replication.
You can't take a mature tree that's there, that's now 10 inches around, take it down and say, I'm going to plant 2-to-1 replication of a 5-inch around tree, and it's going to have the same absorbent rate and not have an impact negative
It's-
to the wetland inland here and the
It's
people
not.
downstream. That's my question.
It's not going to have an impact on the people
But as
downstream.
commissioner, that's my
Yeah.
concern. And I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'd like to have an independent opinion telling me the same thing and verifying. That's all I'm looking for, is to have
Right.
somebody verify the information that you're saying to me.
And that's what the planning board peer reviewer did with the stormwater design at least. Yeah.
Stormwater, but not
Buffer.
anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So they look at the stormwater thing, but they don't look at the
Impact to a wetland and
to
a
the
buffer.
interests of the
Mm-hmm.
Wetlands Protection Act. So they wouldn't be going in and redelineating
Nope,
the lines, right? We agreed on that.
And right
as a
has filed it
commission
as, yep.
2022, Right, that's not gonna be the thing.
Right.
It'd be like, is this, the way that this is designed, is this going to have a negative impact on any of the interests of the Wetlands Protection Act?
And that, mhm.
And what is the status of the pond? Where's the beavers? Where are they located on this pond? Because we need to know this information to make a determination of what the buffer or riverfront zone could potentially be. And as you said, it's 200 feet from the pond. So we have entire jurisdiction, even if this isn't riverfront, right? We
No, but
still have entire jurisdiction.
Well, even if it's not a riverfront, but when the riverfront does, if you're saying that the dam is gonna be removed.
But
Yeah,
we don't
we
know.
don't know.
See, that's the thing.
So we
is
can't
I
go
don't know
off of
what's
what we
gonna
don't know, right? Yeah.
Correct, so right now, that's
Yeah.
why we're currently treating it as a pond.
Yes, exactly.
So,
But if we do treat as a pond, under the Mass DP regulation, it says that a irregular shape does not have rivering and does not have flow. That's the Mass
But if
DP
you-
definition of a
if you
USGS
look,
map.
It says, if a pond has riverine characteristics as determined by a conservation commission, looking for things like unidirectional flow. There's also something about, I don't remember what horizontal, vertical, what it was, but those are things that the commission can do. It's in the Rivers Protection Act. And this is something that I think we should look at, because we need to have a better idea of whether this deserves to have 200 feet of protection. Town bylaw says it does, and that we can make that judgment call. But I want to know where are the beaver dens? I want to know the characteristics better, whether that has riverine characteristics, so I can feel much more confident. Because right now, what you've presented does not meet the burden of proof for this project, in my opinion, because I have too many questions that nobody can answer today. Unless we have somebody who knows what they're doing, can go out there and make an assessment of the NOI as proposed. Well, I haven't heard from everybody here. I want to make sure everybody on the commission has their say, and then we go and bring it out to the public.
Fellow commissioners, John?
And I know my main concern is definitely the, are we positive that the storm drains, the storm water is gonna go directly into the wetlands, and it's, that's, I know a lot of it's gonna do with, storm drain waters, and like AJ was saying, with snow removal, and how this is gonna affect the abutters and the environment and the, like the beavers or any other kind of wildlife that's on that property. I mean, how do we know that it's gonna go directly into the wetlands?
I know in the past when we've had concerns, and again, sometimes it's good to get an independent person to look at it, someone who isn't representing the applicant, but someone who's independent, who can look at it and advise us, this is a good plan, it's not a good plan, there are some changes that need to be made. And that's, hearing that reassured me on other projects, and I tend to just lean that way if I'm unsure. Because if a decision is made and it does have, you've affected a lot of people, a lot of wildlife.
Sure.
It's not that clear cut with the way this whole,
It's not also in our
Site.
intent to make that happen.
and I understand that, but you have to understand, if, as a commissioner, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to this testimony that you're giving us, and I'm looking at the plan, and it's just not ringing true for me, because I'm unsure.
Have you guys had a chance to read through the NOI report that was submitted?
Yep.
Okay. Did you see how we're doing the phasing and how we're making sure that all the phasing is happening in different stages of the construction, and making sure that the limit of work is being contained and the sediment is being contained in the correct locations and properly being removed?
It's the site itself that I have a problem with, though. I've got a lot of concerns about this inner wetland, the crossing in the wetland, the buffer, the replication area. I'd just like another set of eyes on it that would confirm what you're telling me.
I mean, there's plenty of projects that do the staging correctly. They put up erosion control and stuff, and then their neighbor's basements flood after everybody's walked away. And I'm concerned, not just about the habitat, but also what the effect is gonna be on the abutters. I'm not 100% convinced on that either. And, if the abutters' houses floods, their only recourse they have is to sue you, right?
It's not gonna-
They're not gonna sue us, they can't sue us.
The
I mean, it's
way,
happened in the past where people have come up and they've asked us, you guys approved X, I never had to use a sump pump, and now I gotta do 24/7. What's gonna happen when you do this one?
if we look,
So that's another of one of my concerns.
when
there
we
as
do,
well.
when we do look at the topography, water flows its easiest direction of flow, right? And that's why we do the time of concentration of calculations in stormwater. Water flows its easiest pattern. The easiest pattern for water to flow is to the pond, to the lowest elevation, which is within our subject parcel. Subject parcel meaning the two parcels combined. That's where water's gonna get to. No water's gonna magically vertically go up and outside of our subject parcel. Water is gonna flow its direction to the lowest point in the wetland.
This is a floodplain too, right?
This section down here, yeah, is floodplain.
And it's also Abington Conservation Protection Area too.
So, is it a motion? You want to make a motion for a peer review?
I'd first like to hear from the public,
Yep.
and then we can bring it back to us, and then we can discuss, and that's one of the possibilities. All right, so anyone from the public have any questions? Okay, bringing it back to the board. More discussion?
I'll make a motion for a peer review on this plan that's before us.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, okay. All right, so Jean, you're the expert on peer review.
Which I will be gladly happy to show Nick and share my peer review list with you.
Yeah, we'll get it sorted out.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Contact. So if we get estimates together, I'll reach out to you with those. So, just take it from there. Yeah. everything.
I just have to go with it. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, sure. What you going to?
It is the hydraulic fluid.
Oh, yeah. I already know what you got to do.
Try to read.
Earlier in this conversation. I'll just be right back.
Okay, sure. All right, coming up next, SC 084-0579, notice of intent, and after the fact, notice of intent filed by National Grid for sudden release of 1 to 2 gallons of hydraulic fluid located at 200 Myers Avenue.
Good evening. My name is Matt Abraham. I work with Ty and Bond. We're here on behalf of National Grid. I didn't know if there's any specific questions that you wanted to ask directly about the project or how you wanted to proceed, but we can kind of give a backdrop or...
Yeah, could you give a background? Because not everybody was here
Sure.
for what happened and...
Yeah, that's no problem. So back on August 14th last year, they were working out behind the Myers Ave property. It was being completed. The work was filed on behalf of Abington and Rockland Joint Water behind the wastewater treatment plant or the water treatment facility. During some of the utility upgrades, there was a small hydraulic hose that let go on one of the National Grid vehicles, released about a gallon or 2 from the hose. National Grid deployed a...
Can you guys take your conversation outside? Because we can't hear. Thank you.
So after the release occurred, they deployed a containment tarp to catch what they could before they could contain the release. They notified us immediately. Since the release occurred, inside of the wetland area, we notified Mass DEP, which is typical protocol. We had a conversation with Mass DEP, and they deemed that it was a release that didn't meet the reporting thresholds that they would typically take jurisdiction on. So we took, measures with National Grid, deployed Clean Harbors out there, cleaned up the wetland, took a sample, compared it to, sediment guidelines, were below the wetlands guidelines, and that's kind of where we stand now. Speaking with the commission, you had notified the department yourself. They requested an after-the-fact NOI, so we prepared that, and that's kind of where we stand now. So just wanted to, see if there was any questions or kind of how the commission wanted to proceed, if there was any, restoration recommendations. I mean, the release was very contained. It was about a 6x3 area where there was noticeable hydraulic oil impacts. Most of it was just a kind of a spray pattern, and then you can imagine once the hose bursts, it sprays a little bit, and then as it settles, it's a more concentrated area that was much smaller. about 3 by 3. So what we did is we, went out there using, minimally invasive hand tools, kind of dug up some of the dry sediment at that point, shoveled it up. So there's some pictures in the report. You can kind of see the area that was disturbed. At the time, the larger project was still ongoing, so there was no restoration done at that time. And that's kind of where we stand now.
I don't have any questions.
I'm good.
So the work has been done,
Correct.
okay. And was an environmental monitor on the site?
Correct.
At the time?
Somebody from Ty and Bond.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
So we were there observing Clean Harbors. When Clean Harbors was completed, we collected our samples. Samples were submitted to a certified laboratory. The laboratory report and the data table is in the submission.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about it?
No, I think you covered just about everything.
Is it, since it's after the fact, is there a need for a motion, or are we just kind of?
I think we have to make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
I don't think we need order of conditions.
Right.
It's just like a formality.
Yeah, I mean, that was our hope. I mean, we can either,
Yeah.
I guess, retract the notice or, whatever paperwork the commission would like to see, National Grid's obviously amenable to. We just didn't know what would be the most straightforward path for the commission.
It is pretty impressive compared to just throwing Speedy Dry on it and shovel it into a barrel. I mean, that's.
I was gonna say, National Grid's
Was
very.
this a bucket truck that was it from the lift, or
Yeah.
was it the truck
It
itself?
was a line below the
So it wasn't
undercarriage
like
of
something
the
with a lot of
truck.
pressure where it-
No.
where it
No.
could be there. Okay. Yeah.
No,
I
and
mean,
they
it sounds
have-
like if it's a bucket truck of the thing, it's going to be like a spray and then like a slow drip, basically.
No, and they have containment, on the trucks, and they're very well trained in this
bulkheads and
sort of thing.
diapers.
Yeah, so they take it very seriously and don't, obviously want to impact any resource areas.
And what was the truck used for? Was it like part of the moving poles?
So as part of and we weren't privy to the full scope of what the improvements were at the plant, but there's, overhead utility lines out behind, and it was part of the infrastructure improvements to meet the needs for the remodeling of the plant.
Yeah,
is our
because I know,
understanding.
well, they're building the PFAS
Correct.
thing there.
Yep.
and You'd asked for some of the poles to get moved.
Correct.
To make way.
So it was electrical infrastructure
electrical stuff, yeah.
upgrades for that larger project.
Yeah.
So we're their emergency response spill consultant, so that's when we were deployed out into this
Right.
one.
And then you contact Clean Harbors from what you see, and then you go contact Clean Harbors, or is it National Grid?
So typically, the sort of protocol is National Grid will notify us. We'll get pictures immediately sent to us from, the National Grid contacts on site. We can look at those pictures, talk with the foreman, determine what makes sense. And in this case, since it was so small, we didn't want to use intrusive measures with getting additional vehicles into the wetland. So it was a simple, old-fashioned bucket brigade, and just scooped it up and put it in drums when they were out there.
It's less than 5 gallons, obviously.
Say it again?
It was less than 5 gallons?
Yes, the
Okay.
estimated volume of the actual
Okay.
release was between 1 and 2, and a lot of which was contained on that, containment tarp that was put out almost immediately.
Good.
So I guess the only outstanding question is if the commission would like any sort of restoration. Like I said, we didn't do it at the time because the ongoing project was still occurring. They had a notice of intent and an order, which we looked online, but we couldn't get the full version of that. So I'm not, that was probably restoration associated with the previous order, is my guess, but.
I don't remember a restoration for that project.
Okay, so so ours was a much, much smaller piece of an area disturbed, by that larger project. So I would think that it would fall in line with whatever the order from the larger project was.
I don't ever remember a restoration proposed for the PFAS.
No. It was just the equipment they were bringing in, they were going to assemble it, and that was it, because it's already in a disturbed area anyway, so,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, you can see the photos. It's very
yeah.
minimally invasive from the actions that we took. I mean, we took maybe an inch or two of dry sediment at the time from an area 3x3.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
what's the next step in this NOI process after the fact?
Well, let's first ask members of the public if they have any questions. Nobody? Okay.
Okay.
I think the next step then is to vote to approve the NOI. I don't think that we need an order of conditions.
Mhm.
Never done an after-the-fact NOI, but you already have an order of conditions for the project, so I would just, you guys did what you were supposed to do, which was to contact us.
And so we have the emergency cert
Yeah.
from you as well.
Yes,
so-
we gave you I gave that. I signed it.
Motion to approve SE 0840576. Nope, sorry, wrong one. 7, SE 0840579.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, okay. Thank you very much.
So is there no further
No further.
actions necessary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just keep up the work of informing us,
Sure.
like you did
Yep.
this time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up we have a, sorry? Okay. A request for determination of applicability, Massachusetts Electric Company, 841, I can't see this, my eyes are going back.
641, or 64J1.
Thank you. Conversion project located along Adams Street, Spruce Street, and North Avenue.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Hannah Raditz, wetland scientist with BSC. So I'll just go over the project details quickly to fill you all in on the project. So as you mentioned, this is an RDA for Mass Electric. We have various locations where the work is proposed, and these locations include the street edge of Adams Street, Spruce Street, North Ave, Fairview Ave, and East Street. The project scope involves overhead distribution line maintenance work as well as pole replacement and maintenance work. And as I said, all of this work will be occurring within the roadway edge, so that's within 10 feet of the existing paved roadways. In most cases, it's in sidewalk or just adjacent to paved areas. In our RDA, we have a breakdown of which structures are within which buffer zones and other resource areas. The main ones that are under the jurisdiction of both the Wetlands Protection Act and the town are riverfront area and the 100-foot buffer zone to bordering vegetated wetland and inland bank. There are a number of structures that are proposed to be addressed, either replaced or have maintenance work. That's 19 of them, with a few just having some overhead work within these resource areas. So this work is exempt under the Wetlands Protection Act, being 310 CMR, 10.02 2B2H, and 10.58 6B, that's riverfront, for work that is considered minor within riverfront and work that is contained to the roadway edge and is considered maintenance because these poles will be replaced in kind and the overhead work will not result in any impacts to these buffer zones or resource areas. The anticipated impacts of these pole replacements is 4 square feet per pole. In most cases, they can replace the replacement poles just adjacent to or sometimes within the hole of the pole that will be removed. On the more impactful side, they would just place it right next to it. So the removal of the pole would be to cut the pole to a stub and then remove that stub so that no excavation is needed to remove that extra pole, just to keep the soil disturbance down, and then place that replacement pole right next to it. So you would have a pretty compact workspace. Around this workspace, they would be installing staked straw wattles, and that would be sufficient to control the sediment involved in this excavation. The augering tool that's used is pretty tight with the hole that it makes. The sediment that comes out of that hole will be used to backfill when they replace these poles, and any extra soil will be removed from the site and disposed of appropriately. As I said, these poles that are being replaced that are within jurisdictional areas are 16, with 3 of them just having maintenance and overhead work. The intended restoration, again, this is a pretty small impact because they're just drilling down with the hole, so there's not anticipated to be much soil disturbance around these poles. However, if they do leave any areas unstabilized, the intent would be to stabilize with seed, native grass seed, and then topped with hay to keep that seed protected until it germinates. And again, they would install these stake straw wattles around any poles in the resource areas and maintain them. Typically, these pole replacements are done within a few hours, up to a day, if it's a difficult spot, especially if they have to cut into asphalt or it's a difficult access site. So this work could probably take place over the course of a few days to a few weeks, depending. There's quite a number of structures that are not within jurisdictional areas, so this work could be ongoing for a couple weeks. I'm not sure about the timeline, but each each structure itself should be done pretty quickly, so they would probably just remove these staked straw wattles at the end of the day. Unless there was a large area of disturbance around the pole, then they could leave those in place until the grass seed germinated. That is all the points I have down, so I'll open it up to the Conservation Commission for questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
No, I think she answered mine. I was just kind of concerned of how, the length of the project and, you know, what would be the impact, and if they have to leave straw wattles, they'll leave them there until the grass grows, if they impact more area around the pole removal. So, no, she hit right on that for me, so. And you said this is near a perennial stream. Is that French's Stream?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I wrote down the river it's associated with, and we,
I think number 28, is that the, I don't know, I'm looking at here.
I'm going through my maps on my phone, sorry about that.
You want to look here? It might be easier for you.
I'm not sure if it's listed on, so we have the ER maps that follow the locust maps. Sometimes the locust map do a good job of calling out. I think French is one.
Oh, it is French's Stream. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything, and sometimes they're not named.
Yeah, Thompson's Pond.
Thompson Pond.
That little one that's Thompson?
Oh, no.
The
Near the.
Shana Shoe.
No, it's on the map.
I'm trying to read it off the locust map, and it starts with a shoe.
Yeah.
That's Thompson, okay.
That's Thompson Pond, and then there's the
Got it.
twin ponds on the other side of that.
Yeah.
No comments from me.
But they're not going to be up near it. They're actually just up there. You know, that little road is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nick was up there because something about somebody else had complained about up in that area.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to check right there.
Later. Yeah.
Most of these poles are pretty far away from the perennial stream. The closest one does look pretty close, but I believe that the river goes underground there because it's
Okay.
right next to the railroad, so it's
Okay.
underground in that portion. But again, they keep these work areas really tight. For cutting the pole, again, they probably won't be doing any excavation, and then they'll place the replacement pole right next to it. So it's a pretty tight operation.
So on the cutting, they're still removing the slug though, after?
The base of the pole?
Yes.
I believe that they're going to keep everything underground. There's no intention, from my understanding, of doing any excavation, so the existing pole will be cut to a stub, and then that stub above the ground will be sort of leveled off so it's flat.
And are these all the old creosote poles that are being replaced?
Perhaps I would assume so. They still do treatments that are, that would require them to be disposed of appropriately. They have lay-down yards where they get funneled to and then disposed of, but I don't know the operations specifically.
It's more the abandoning of a creosote fill pole underground. I understand that it's is what it is in some cases, but within the areas, you know, I don't know if you guys understand that the poles are typically treated with creosote
Yep,
and other
creosote's
chemicals.
banned.
So they're talking about just cutting them off and leaving
Yep.
that slug in the ground and then placing the new pole next to it. So I don't know, they're trying to do that to avoid soil disturbance. I don't know what would be worse for the area of,
Because if you cut it, it eventually will decompose.
And it's already leached into the ground.
I imagine it seems to be typical standard practice for this sort of replacement to do the cut and not the excavation. I don't know of too many situations where they do pull it out of the ground, especially for these operations that are right up against the road. I think that's just standard practice to leave what the base of it into the ground, and let it naturally decompose or become
right,
a
against
ground
roads and
artifact.
stuff, I understand, but in wetlands and buffering areas, usually they're a little more conscious of what gets left in the ground.
That definitely is, it changes depending on the circumstance. I have a project right now where they're discussing whether or not they're going to be excavating the poles or leaving them. And the difficulty is, one of these sites is coastal with salt marsh, so they would rather leave the slug in the ground than do excavation of the salt marsh and the peat. It definitely changes depending on the resource area and what would be necessary if you've got a river or a stream nearby, and then you would have to protect the, I've seen it go both ways. It totally depends on what you're dealing with. I think this would be a low risk, but for this, the budget of this project and for the pace that they would go at, that would just be extra work for them to do that full excavation of the base of it.
Kind of sounds like if you leave it, it's not optimal. If you take it out, it's not optimal either.
I couldn't
Listen.
weigh the risks quantitatively. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. So, it's a good point.
Like you said, they have to process and treat the poles in a certain way for disposal because they're considered hazardous waste. So a typical
Yeah.
roadway, I have no concern with them leaving the slugs. It's just with them being left in this area, what is the long-term effects or issues we have to look forward to of that?
Right.
You know, I'm not looking to be more work within the process, but, you know, I also don't want to see shortcuts taken now that are going to cause us issues down the road.
Yeah.
Are any of these within buffer zones?
Yeah.
Yep, quite a few are within buffer zones. So what's super helpful in this RDA is the table. So that's on page 2 of the narrative. So you've got the cover page, and then the opening of our letter, and then the table 1 has a breakdown of the structures and which resource areas they're in. This lists also if you're dealing with pole replacements or overhead. Overhead only.
So you're saying that you've seen it both ways?
I believe it's typically standard practice to leave it in the ground. It just depends, again, not on the resource areas as well, and also surrounding underground utilities. I don't know if that would cause extra difficulties for excavation if there was competing underground utilities.
Okay.
Do you, when they do take the slugs out, are they bringing, I guess they have to bring in fill, right, from some other location?
They would bring in fill either from any soil that they were able to excavate in the process, because unlike with the auger, they would have to dig around that base to take it out. It wouldn't be as
Yeah.
grab and pull, so they would have some from the surrounding area, but yes, they would need to bring in some clean fill.
Right, and they can't use the same hole for the new pole because the new pole has to go up first before you cut down the old one. Okay.
Yep, I believe because they're not intending to do the excavation to remove the bases, these slugs, they're going to have to put it right up next to it. But they won't be deviating far, and it also has to stay in line with the overhead lines, so they can't move.
Tension.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep. So it
If
either
we
would be
asked-
forward or back.
If we asked to have the slugs removed, would that create chaos? Like, what happens if we say, hey, can you take those out for this project?
I am not sure if it is a concern of the commission and this is something that the commission would like to see. I would have to speak with National Grid or Massachusetts Electric.
What do you guys think?
It's been done both ways, so I understand creosote is a product that isn't good, but we also are right in line with the air base. So it's hard to say what contamination would come from where and which was worse,
And in this case also, not to interrupt, we would be placing another pole right next to it. If this was a decommissioning of this and all poles would be removed and
Yeah.
placed underground, then I think that that would present a different opportunity to clean up the area. But given that another pole with roughly the same chemicals would be placed right next to it, you're sort of,
The chemical composition of poles now have gone to a different type of pressure treating, not using creosote any longer. They no longer use creosote or tar within utility poles.
Oh, that was banned a long time ago.
I was gonna say.
So, I mean, could we compromise and the ones that are within 100 feet, they take the slug out? I'm just trying to think of a,
And how much time would that add to the project? And,
I'm not sure. They might be able to do these relatively rapidly. It would depend on how many we're adding to the list, because like I said, well, I guess this only concerns the ones within jurisdiction. So that's 16.
yeah. I guess, I mean, my preference would be for them all to come out then. If they truly do have creosote on them, then I think that would be my preference.
oh, well, do we know the age of the poles that were put in? I mean, how long did
I'm
the
not
pole
sure.
last?
Is it in
Do
the
we know?
report? I'm not sure. Do you know?
I don't know the age of these poles that are in there currently.
Do you know how long they typically last? Like how often they get replaced?
Certainly decades.
Decades.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Is it possible to come up with, well, like you mentioned, a compromise, say, riverfront area would be,
RFA.
yeah, a concern for me more than, like, if we have to come up with a compromise, I'm thinking riverfront would be the one that I'd be most concerned about. Is there information that we could get about the pros and cons about removal versus non-removal?
I could certainly look into it. I don't know how we want to handle this procedurally because I am again not sure if this would be a yes or a no, or what the line is, or the information that would help you all make a determination. So,
What was your lead time on this project?
before this work is occurring?
When were you anticipating to start?
Oh, I'm not sure. Almost always it's ASAP.
That's okay.
There's nothing
Yeah,
except-
probably once
Yeah.
approvals are done.
Yeah.
right? Just go for it.
Okay. I just didn't know if they had any, time periods.
Not
down.
that I'm aware of. There's no time of year restrictions for these resource areas, so probably ASAP.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I already said my opinion. Somebody else wants to.
Now, are you planning more than just this area here at Adams Street? I know there's been a lot of accidents, like on 139 in different areas in town where the poles have almost crumbled with basically I think it was like a semi-truck and a garbage truck. Just a bear hit a pole and it came crashing down. So my concern is not just Adams Street. Do you have plans long-term for different poles that really, I mean, I'm not positive about these ones here on Adams Street, but I know there's other ones in town that are really rotting out. If you walked up to it, you could grab it and crumble it almost in your hand.
It might be under, because they have so many projects and sort of things that get filed under different work numbers, those poles could already be on someone's radar.
Yeah.
For this project, it's a concerted effort just to target this distribution line. And I know that this has been continuing across town lines. There is an adjacent town where they already started work on this, but no work has started within Abington, so I'm not sure. But quite a few poles are involved in this that are outside of jurisdiction, so it could be one of those that you're concerned about.
If we ask to have those slugs removed, do you think it's possible that they would choose not to replace these right now?
They have to.
Or is there no choice, they have to replace them?
I don't. So,
Thinking about adverse effects down the line for a decision like that, you know?
I don't believe they would remove it. I believe that they would keep this scope, because the reason for these being replaced, whereas some are just overhead, is probably because these are structurally deficient in some way, need to be attended to. So if the commission would only permit this project with slug removal, then they would likely agree with that.
Are they just doing poles at this time, or are they doing any other equipment or gear also?
For this specific project, it's just the poles or overhead work. So it could be equipment associated with these poles. I don't have all the details. It might just be wires.
I'm just wondering at the same time, any of these poles that fall within buffer zones or anything, if they have transformers, the types of transformers that are in them, knowing that the age of transformers, again, a lot of hazardous filled transformers are still within use, and knowing the issues that those create when cars hit poles and so on and so forth. Would that be something that should be addressed or could be addressed at the same time while they're removing it from a pole? Is that the time that they could put it to one that's not a hazardous material?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the details. When it comes to these pole replacements, my understanding is that they're structurally deficient, and I don't know if the then attached equipment is also deficient. It would probably stand to reason that they're outdated and would be replaced, but I don't have that answer, unfortunately.
Okay.
So what do we to do here?
I mean, I would propose asking them to remove the slugs as part of this project and then coming back with that as part of the plan.
Just a point of clarity, Justin? Mm-hmm. When you say that, are you the 16 poles in the wetland buffer areas?
I mean-
Specifically, or the whole project are we talking?
Well, the overhead maintenance, we don't have to worry about that one.
Yeah, just anything.
Well,
in
the
ta-
16 are the only
table
in your
one.
jurisdiction.
Yeah,
I would say anything in table one, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, what was that? Anything within,
Table one,
Either one.
yeah, within our, yep.
Yeah, those listed, so those 16 poles that are within the 100-foot buffer to BBW and RFA and/or.
Yep.
okay.
Is that your motion, Justin?
That is a motion.
All right, a second.
Oh, second. I'll give a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So can you come back with a proposal for getting rid of those?
So I will speak to Miko. I would assume we're going to be continued to the
28th.
next hearing, 28th?
Yep,
Yeah.
January 28th.
28th. So if it's possible and we can come to a conclusion, do you believe this could be done administratively? So if they can remove the slugs, could this be submitted and we don't have to show up again for representation? Or what would be the opinion on that?
I know we've done other projects, not with National Grid, but where contingent, I'll make a motion to
Approve with
adjust,
changes or something?
contingent on the correspondence regarding the removal of those 16 stubs that are left in the ground. If we get approval and they're gonna do it, then we can just expedite it once that information's sent to you and Nick.
We could always make a decision too if our revised filing, however we choose to address this, if the commission still has concerns and they want us to show up, we could. I just thought I would offer it as a potential.
Right.
But again, once it's submitted and reviewed by staff and the commissioners, we could come to a conclusion and we'll be here if we need to be.
So you can amend your
Yeah,
pending correspondence from,
so so the motion would be approved pending the alteration of the plan to remove the slugs from the ground. Is that a technical term? Is it called the slug? Like, is that?
He said it, he seems to know.
To remove the discarded pieces of old.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to hold you guys to approving pending, because I know that puts you in a bad position. I'm more thinking, since this is being continued, because I need to get you all an answer, 'cause I can't say yes or no to this.
pending to the next meeting.
Yeah, to the next meeting, and you would all want to receive this a week before the 28th?
7 days.
7 days prior. So we'll get that turned around as quickly as we can, and if for whatever reason we need more time, we'll request an additional continuance, and then we'll communicate with staff and the chair about whether or not we should come back to present, or if this can be sort of closed administratively.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Yes, please.
Next, request for determination of applicability located at 81 Crabtree Lane. Is anyone here for that project? No? I understand there was a site walk.
It was. That was a while ago. Nick and I went out. Nick had gone through the files and found another NOI from a prior owner that had approval and conditions. It was done in 2017. The delineation was done back then by Pinebrook. So the delineation is a little outdated from 2017, so my recommendation, as we were standing there with the pool person, company representative, and the homeowner, was that you might want to have the wetlands redelineated, because they were going to kind of mirror the plan that was previously submitted by the previous owners.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why we needed a,
That one had an NOI, but this is an RDA.
Yeah, the current filing's an RDA.
Yeah, I know, but the prior owners to this property had filed an NOI.
Correct.
And they're doing the same.
They're pretty much mirroring that plan.
Posed in the same
So
location, yeah.
we should have just kind of went maybe to an NOI. Wasn't the delineation update?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if they did an NOI before and the project is pretty much the same.
Yeah, the contractor met on site, seemed very receptive, understood that
Okay.
NOI is going to be the process. He came and picked up
Okay.
a lot of, I made some copies from him of the previous filing, for him to kind of get a jump on it, along with info on how to file an NOI. Gene had pointed out to him he'd have to wait till the spring to do his delineation, so I think he was
Yeah.
trying to get everything ready in preparation for the spring, to work on that.
So
So
they
there was a-
want a positive determination?
It's a positive determination. I think we just, yeah.
Yeah, it's the commission's vote, but the, it certainly appeared to me and Gene that there's wetlands present.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused why you would do an NOI for pretty much the same project, but then file an RDA.
We could have skipped the RDA.
Yeah.
Yeah, they filed it, so I don't,
Can we have them,
Withdraw.
what is it, $25?
Refunded? Yeah.
$25.
They really didn't need to file an RDA. They could have gone right to an NOI.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We just credit them $25 on their NOI.
yeah,
We could.
that might be the easiest way to handle it.
That's why, yeah.
yeah.
I mean.
It's gonna be coming, so.
something else in the next couple of weeks.
Determination from a prior board from 2017.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's okay.
So it was a positive determination.
Because they had an NOI with an NOI number and they had an order of conditions, but it never happened, and then the property sold, and now the new people came in and they want,
But it's all expired.
it's all expired, 2017.
Okay. So that's what I would recommend is refund the $25.
Yeah,
And have them do an NOI.
Yeah,
which
and
I-
he's already given them the paperwork on the NOI, so.
yeah, I gave them all the information from
so
the
they
previous
can-
one,
So
and,
they can just.
yeah, they're starting their process.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, we could give them a positive determination, which would then, they would have to do the NOI.
Yeah, I mean, I think we
But
gotta
that's-
respond to they put in the request, so.
Right. So we could just maybe tell them and then say, hey, you know what, you really should do an NOI, unless they want a positive determination on the record.
I don't think they know, but.
And they'll have spent, I mean, it's $25. I know it's not a lot, but it's still every penny can count.
Sure.
So do we want to continue it to next meeting and see if they,
Yeah. Can
Maybe
you
they
check
wanna
in with
withdraw?
them And let them know.
yeah, honestly, they were good to deal with. They're just trying to
They're
figure out
very
the right way to
nice.
do
They're
it.
very nice
It
people.
was more a learning experience for them, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yep,
Okay.
You know, they seem to want to do everything
they
correctly.
do. They did. She's
Yeah.
very nice. Her little girl was so cute out there running around.
They're excited for their.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
don't want them to have to do extra
Exactly.
stuff and pay extra money.
All right.
Okay, so I don't know, do we need a vote on that?
I think we'll just continue it
Yeah,
till
we'll just
January-
continue it, okay.
January 28th.
All right, so I think we're good with that. I think we have to vote to continue though. We have to vote to continue it to the next
Motion
meeting.
to continue.
Second? Sorry.
81 Crabtree Lane till the next meeting of January 28th, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous. All right, great. All right, next up, we have discussion and possible vote on dependable tree located at 837 Randolph Street. Can I bring something up? So before we begin, Jean put in a timeline in your packet about everything that's happened since we had a complaint. And I'm just gonna very briefly go through it, just to get everybody up to date on what's going on. So there was a complaint that was made back in April 2023, and Jean, correct me if I'm wrong on dates. Oh, I've got it in front of me. 2023, I know Alex Leary is a former member commission, went out there and saw there was wood chip piles in the wetlands. There were stumps and trees that were down an embankment where there's an intermittent stream. There were several site walks that were done to make certain that they had the sedimentation and erosion control in place, to make sure that things had been removed from the wetlands, that piles of mulch had been moved away. So that was all done successfully. The only issue right now that we're dealing with is there's a area by the intermittent stream that during the, in between site walks, had been paved. And, you know, there had been an argument on the part of the wetland scientists that most of this area had already been worked on back when Frank Makowitz owned the property, so we didn't have jurisdiction over that because it was, you know, 50 years ago or something, and it was before the Wetlands Protection Act. So, as you know, we came to an agreement that as long as everything stayed out of the wetlands, they put up things to make certain that there's not going to be an encroachment, keep it clean, we're happy with that. So it's just this one section, and let me see. It's a really good demonstration. Okay. So this is, you can see up here, let me go back a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a, this is from June 2022, so this is before the site walk. So you can see down in the lower part, there's a pond that's right there. And you can see around, closer to where the little road is, there's an area that's in green right there. So that, you know, we were told it was crabgrass or various vegetation. So if you go, and we can go forward in time, you can see, some of these pictures are not fantastic, but you can see the parking, where the parking is, and then all of a sudden, after, this was after our site walk, one of our site walks, you can now see that there's been the paved area in here, and now we have cars and trucks that were in there. At the last meeting, I had mentioned this, and going back to, in time, to 2023, was it 2023? We came, okay, let me move forward in time. April 30th, 2024, Mr. Oliveira, who owned the site, agreed that the new parking had been created and that he was going to do what we wanted. They could move it across so that it was closer to the cemetery area. And the building commissioner was here, and he agreed that, yes, that they could do that. So we asked for a restoration plan at the time, asked them to hire a wetland scientist, which they have done. But then several months went by until, looks like August. We were told that Mr. Oliver had purchased the lot next door, so down here in this area, and what he wanted to do was to build a single-family home right there. And
Both lots at the same time.
both lots at the same time, yeah. So the idea was to combine the two together and come up with a way. There was discussion of moving an intermittent stream, etc. So the problem is that we have an area that has been disturbed in the past 2 years. When you go back in time, you can see, this is one of the only shots that I can see from aerial imagery where there had been parking in that section. I think there was maybe one other time. Maybe that was the only
I think
shot.
that was the only one you've had.
That was the only other one
2010.
that had parking in that particular area. So, because it's restoration and the two properties are separate, we explained that you have to keep the two properties separate. Restoration has to be done. That is what we have agreed to. We cannot talk about the other property because nothing has been filed, the butters have not been notified, and that we're keeping it separate.
But if you go back to 2008, then you see that they were using that as a parking area.
You need to come up to the podium and introduce yourself? Okay. All right. Okay, so, we've had a lot of back and forth over this. And I believe at our last meeting, I thought we had reached clarity about what was needed. And we are here again, and I hope we can resolve this evening. So, anybody from that property want to discuss?
Just for background, I have other photos and arrows that I've shown before. Brian Donahoe from Goldman Environmental. With me tonight, besides my client, Wagner, is Mrs. McMahon, who grew up on the property, knows it well. I told you at the last meeting that I would talk to her about this particular location, and she'll speak to that. The other thing we did, we promised you that we would go out there and do some test pits, which were witnessed by Nick and Jean. I have some photos to show you. Yep.
What do you use in this space right here, Brian?
Yeah.
Feel free.
So, I'll walk you through these so I can. Thank you. Can you look at you? So, trying to accomplish a couple things here. One is, I think my contention was, based on my history, and I think Mrs. McMahon can talk to this area had been open. I think the pictures show that there's an area that's been cleared for decades that was up to that existing stone wall. There's another stone wall that forms the intermittent stream. And there is no bordering vegetated wetland anywhere in this area. It's just an intermittent stream. I've learned since talking last time that ditch was created, as I thought, to drain some superficial water in the way back there. There's a ditch that goes for about 400 feet back that way, comes down and drained it from prior to the Makowitzes being living there. So it's been there for a long time. The test pits we did were just to show that, in fact, there was gravel underneath this. There was, in fact, the parking lot. And the pictures, as you walk through them, one is looking back towards the pond from Route 139, and the second one, sorry, looking, so the pond's behind you, looking at 139. You can see the area that was, this is not pavement, this is ground-up millings from pavement activity. It wasn't compacted, it's very pervious. The fact that it rained the day before, you can see it's drained. So this is looking back towards 139, the stone wall out on the street, there's a stone wall to the left. These are the test pits. The ones on the right are where the material feathered off. It was about 1 to 2 inches and hit the existing gravel. It's on the, where you can see that large driveway.
On the next page?
That's on the, still on the same page. So to the right, you see some test pits that are very shallow. On the left is a row of test pits that are between 6 and 8 inches, 10 inches deep before you hit gravel. There was no loam in these areas. So then I turned around and you can see, looking towards that pond, the grass that was originally there. Again, it's a lawn. All of this is exactly the same as what, so the area we're talking about being covered with this grading material was similar to that. It's just basically crabgrass and weeds and whatever that have been mowed for years. And then, again, test bits going along to show you that the amount of fill was about 2 inches or so where it feathered off and to meet the original grade, and 8 to 12, up to 16. We had one that was 16 that was deep. In the third page, this shows the edge of the millings that went up to, close to, in some cases, several feet away from the existing wall that marked this parking area that we're talking about, and then it drops off into the intermittent stream, which is boulder lined on either side. And that ditch is actually 6 to 8 feet lower than the road, lower than the site. And it was flowing the other day when we were there because it had been raining for the 3 or 4 days before that. The next several pictures are just so you can see the test pit. You can see where it dug down. It's just millings. It's very loose material. And then you can see the sand that was underneath it. Occasionally, I found a little bit of loam that would represent where the grass was in the first, but it wasn't a lawn, so to speak. And the rest of those pictures confirm the same thing. So at this point, I think it's best to have Mrs. McMahon just talk about what she remembers this area being before, just to kind of get to that issue. And if you want to comment, Christina?
Hi, I'm Christina McMahon. I live at 841 Randolph Street. Yeah, I guess this has been a long, involved process. I thought settling my father's estate was bad. But I don't really know why everything that Brian has said to you is what's happened. Does anyone have any questions as to, you have questions for me? Because I've lived here all my life, and I know what the land has changed a little bit over the years, but basically it's pretty much the same as when I was growing up. The only difference now is that we have Wagner's using it to store the chips from the tree removal and occasionally the tree stumps. So if anyone has any, I don't really know why. I don't know what the problem is that they can't. Is there a problem with them going forward and getting permission, or I'm not really sure what. Do you want me to?
Please.
Okay. When the complaint came in originally, we went out and did what we had to do. On 9/26 of 2023, you attended the meeting, and you got up and you discussed what was going on.
Oh, the site. This is the site meeting now.
The site.
Yep.
You came to the site meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You were very upset. You were upset with the amount of, this is what I got from this June 26, 23 meeting. Concom meeting, no delineation had been done. Lynn and I did a site walk, noticed the parking lot had been created where there was vegetation. Miscommunications, Christina McMahon was waiting to hear back from the Oliveira LLC and was going to split the cost. They're leasing the land or leased some of the land and then it was sold to them. She contacted Goldman Consultants, Brian Donahoe. Wagner Oliveri had been in Brazil for several months. Sal is running the operation. Mrs. McMahon is very upset. They brought in and filled 18 inches of asphalt, filled within 6 feet of the intermittent stream right up to the stone wall. She's very concerned that part of the wall was buried. Mrs. McMahon wanted the fill removed. She made it clear to them not to disturb that area. The commission agreed that there should be no expansion work or it could be resulting in an enforcement order. That was what you came in and told us on the 23rd. 2023, September 26th.
This was at the site meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were also there to hear about the business across the street.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which we won't talk
Which we won't.
So-
But you will be hearing from me about them.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But the fact is, Mrs. McMahon, when we did do the site walk with you, you walked with Lynn and I, and it was raining that day, and you were very upset. You were
Yeah.
very concerned. You expressed to us that your father had planted some kind of plantings along there.
Oh, yeah, it was,
And
yeah,
it
it
was a green
used to
area.
be, it was a swale right before the
Right,
street.
and it was all
It was
green
all
and lush
daffodils
and-
every
yeah,
spring
you were
and
very
some
upset.
mock orange, and
So-
I was a little upset about it.
So then I'm saying
You
to
weren't
myself, you just confirmed what I saw.
Yeah,
I drove
Okay,
in, there was
now-
a green space, and then all of a sudden, there's not a green
okay.
space.
But that, I mean, my feelings don't really matter to this because
No, I
I don't know that
understand,
we
but that's
don't
what
own the land
prompted,
anymore.
that is
Right,
what
okay.
prompted the concern, because number one, there is that spillway that your dad built for the drainage, that intermittent stream.
He never built that stream.
He didn't put the rock line in there?
That has been there. I would
I believe that's
I
what
would
Mr.
bet
John
money
Post- I'm not
it
sure.
was the Remington family that
Okay, the
built that.
Remington, all right, so that stream had been there
Yeah.
for quite some time.
Yeah,
It's an
but
intermittent
it's
stream.
a drainage ditch,
It's an intermittent stream.
intermittent, yeah,
Okay.
whatever. That
So-
that drains all the land, used to drain
Right,
from Woodsdale School, basically, through the fields, which are now all built up with the new road, when they went 139, straightened
the
it out.
water's flowing in the opposite direction.
All flew, no, it all flowed down to Old Randolph Street, under Old Randolph Street,
Okay.
behind what used to be Jimmy McDonough's house.
Okay.
And that's when it gets really wetlands.
Okay.
That's where the squishy part starts.
So, okay, so the point being is that when you have an intermittent stream.
Right.
Never did we once say there was a BVW there. Never once did this commission say, or I say there was a BVW.
I'm
The
sorry,
whole
I'm
thing with
sorry.
an intermittent stream is that there is a protection area that's a green space. There was an existing green space, which you did say your father had plantings along there.
Yeah.
You were concerned they went right up to the wall, and in some spots they did.
Yes, but as Brian said, that was the part closest to 139.
Right,
And
and the-
as you move up, it's only 2 or 3 inches.
Right, and the place, and the
Okay.
spots up near 139 had organic material in there. Organic material is one of the first signs of hydric soil.
That's not true at all.
That is true, I got
That
it right
is
from
not
the-
true. That
I-
is a totally that's not right.
It is the
I
beginning.
can't stand here and let you say that.
Okay.
There
Mr.
are no
Donahoe,
hydric soils.
Excuse me,
There
may
are
I
no hydric
finish?
soils there. You just said there are hydric soils.
Okay. Things are
That, I
a little
can't
heated.
stand here and let you say that.
Why don't we let Ms. Mattios finish and then you can.
Okay.
Okay.
There's organic matter there, organic matter in the puddling, and it had been there a while. I think in his testimony, you had pointed that out at the last meeting. This is how it all came about. So the green space was there.
Yeah, there was always a grassy area there.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
a grassy area, and it had always
Right.
been a grassy area.
Well, I can't say that's completely true because
Okay.
when my father had, his office is still there.
Yep.
And directly across from it, there was not paved, it was always I don't know, I know there's a difference between gravel and loam and all this.
Again.
It was.
How about we just say
It was not
vegetation?
grass, so in other words,
Okay.
he took the grass out, or whatever, but anyways, he put sand down or gravel, whatever, and there was room for the 3 or 4 cars to park there. And there was even, at one point, he had old telephone poles that he put in the ground and then had one and that was a bumper so that people wouldn't get into the grass because it was pretty wet soil. I remember he had a friend who parked a $100,000 motorhome on it and nearly lost it because it just sank so much into the ground. But these are all, you know,
And
this
yeah.
is just, yeah.
And I
So,
appreciate you coming here and explaining that.
but I don't, but Brian has explained to me, and I was very surprised, that because that's an intermittent stream, they didn't dump anything into the stream. It just went up to the stone wall. And as he says, is, you know, and then once you get over the stone wall, the stream is 6 or 8 feet down.
Right, and
But, so intermittent streams have 100 feet of protection from them. So if they're, in the Wetlands Protection Act, there
Oh,
are
okay.
exceptions. One of the exceptions is if you take a vegetated, or an impermeable surface and then vegetate it, add vegetation. You
Yeah.
don't have to talk to us at all. You can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
You can't do the opposite. And that's
Okay.
what's happened here, is we went from a vegetated surface to an impermeable surface within the 100 feet of the intermittent stream.
Okay, now, does vegetative mean grass?
Yes.
Just grass surface? Okay,
Yep.
because that's basically all that was there.
Yep.
It was, you know, farmed.
Right.
And so there wasn't anything really planted there except for the narcissi and the black orange.
Right.
But, so I,
Grass would be considered a buffer.
so, I'm sorry?
The grass would be considered a part of the buffer
Okay,
because it's permeable.
okay, so what?
Excuse me, can
Yeah.
I just need to interrupt a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to be very clear on this because it's becoming a very bone of contention for all of us, I know. I think Mrs. McMahon is saying it was always parking kind of an area. We not found no organic soil in any of the test pits underneath the fill that was placed there. Nothing. It went right to gravel. If there was any loam, it was a little bit of loam and dead vegetation that we found, but no loam at all, okay? And that's consistent with Mr. Makowitz, as Christina said, putting sand and just to go over it. You know, in the wintertime, it gets frozen, it thaws out, things sink. But this is very mineral soil. There's not any organic soil there at all. It's hardly anything. It's definitely not hydric soil. It's 8 feet above or 6 feet above an intermittent stream with no hydric soils, even in the bottom of the stream. The other point that's really important here is maintenance of an area like this is allowed under the Wetlands Protection Act. This is like normal maintenance. In fact, by putting material in here, Mr. Oliveira actually did a favor. It made it more stiff so that it actually drains backwards away from the stream. But
Make a point of
the
clarity.
maintenance part is very critical.
Ms. Donahoe, maintenance would be mowing. Maintenance wouldn't be make it impermeable. That's not.
It's not impermeable. It is not impermeable.
Well, I mean, you're going from a vegetated area to
Reprocess.
asphalt.
But it's still permeable. It's absolutely permeable.
But I just.
There's no ponding water
this
there. We were
doesn't
there in
seem
the
to me
rain time.
like- This does not seem like maintenance.
Normal maintenance means lightly grading it, putting it back into shape. That's normal maintenance. This was always cleared. That's the point we're trying to make, is it was always an area that had been parking over decades and decades. There's been no harm done to any wetland area.
And that is the reason why I was saying to go back.
If
to
you
2012.
speak, you have to come up and talk to the podium and introduce yourself. Thank you.
You can talk 2008, 2010, you can go back and see truck with trailers.
I mean, there are trucks and trailers there over time. I mean, it's hard to come up with a,
Can you go?
you have to,
Yeah, I mean, I can,
Just to,
we can.
even with aerial photos, as you say, they're kind of hard to, if you, when the business was operating, if the aerial photo didn't happen that particular day, was cars there, you missed it. But, I mean, I was there many, many times visiting Mr. Makowitz, and there were cars there, there'd be 40 people there visiting Mr. Makowitz on a Saturday afternoon, right? I mean, that's just the way it was.
Mrs. McMahon, may I ask you a question?
sure.
Mrs. McMahon, when did your father cease, excuse me?
I'm sorry, one at a time, please. Thank you.
sorry.
Jean.
Okay. Your father had his business there. When did your father cease operating his business?
Oh, gosh. Probably, I'd say around 2004.
Okay. From 2004 till Mr. Oliveira took the property, what was the property used as?
Nothing. It was just left the way it was. I mean, the greenhouse was still there. this office was still there.
So it wasn't maintained as a parking area for how many years?
Well, it didn't have to be maintained, it was just a sandy area, I mean, it wasn't anything.
But it was allowed to go back to whatever area it was
Yeah,
because it wasn't being
you know,
used.
Grass grew back again.
Okay, so the grass grew back again, creating a buffer, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And can't that be mitigated under normal maintenance, under this kind of a project? But granted, Mr. Olivera maybe should have come before you in the past. And if he had come here to grade that area to make it more appropriate, that would have been permissible, clearly.
It would have been a topic of discussion for the commission and for the
Right.
commission to decide.
But the fact of the matter is,
But the fact of the matter is, he did it, and when he did come in and he said at April 30th that he would put it back, and then after you had a conversation with him long after that, we as a commission, I'm speaking for myself and the other members who aren't here, but Lynn and I were the only two who were on the commission at the time, from the beginning of this, were under the impression that for 3 months that went by, we had no communication, that it was being put back to what it was.
let me explain.
Excuse me, let me just finish. And then it presented itself as a totally different plan when you came in the second time after that.
Lynn, you can remember, right after the April 30th meeting, I requested multiple times to have the commission come out and look at this to explain why, what Mr. Olivera said. He didn't understand what he was saying. He will admit that to you. He just want to get, he's being very intimidated by this process. For me, this is a normal operating procedure. We've established that there's a long history of this being an open area, paved, gravel, whatever it is. The fact that it wasn't mowed because Mr. Macklitz wasn't there doesn't take away that it is gravel. We've test fitted it, we have proven that. All we're asking for is this to be approved. All the other wetland issues that were much more important at the time have been resolved. And for this to be the only thing left, I'm just saying, this should be permittable. And if you want to do, again, you tie this together with the house lot, that's why it's so important to look at them together, but you don't want to do that. But in terms of just this itself, to allow him to have that there, to keep his business running, to work with whatever he has to do to stockpile materials intermittently as he comes in and out. All the other activities in back, as it has always been. So that's what we're asking for, is an approval of this as it's existing. He has not affected any wetland resource area. In fact, by putting it the way he does, he's actually graded it away from the stream. There was a little swale that went from the parking lot into there directly. So that's gone now, and that shows up on the pictures. So that's what we're asking for, is that you approve this strip of about 15 feet by about 100 feet, that he put gravel there to stiffen it up and to grade it back and actually improve the situation. But no notice of intent, nothing was asked of us to do. We wanted to do it the way we've done it, and I think we responded completely with everything that has been, in fact, there has been no wetland alteration at all. Nothing that was done in the back, based on the wetlands flagging, was encroached on. It was all exactly what Mr. Macklitz had been doing in the past. I think we've established that. This is the only thing left, as you said.
That's right.
So what we're asking for is approval of this, saying that everything that was requested by you a year ago has been accomplished. You approve this as it is, maybe it's an after-the-fact approval, but it's not doing any harm to a wetland resource area, it's not affecting the stream, and everything's fine.
You're assuming that the commission would have approved this after the fact change if it had been presented to us. What if it had not? I mean,
That's your
we went to a
decision.
grassy strip. We went-
That's your decision. I mean, you have to make that decision. I'm looking at it as a very de minimis impact. It actually improved the situation.
And it actually was a grassy area, and it was discussed, and we were expecting it to be put back, and the parking lot moved to the other side, which the building commissioner, Mr. Jason Harris, had gone over the plan, discussed it with you, looked at it, stood right at that podium and said, yes, you can move the parking lot. Mr. Wagner, Olivera, said he didn't need all that parking space and that he would be glad to put it back. That's all he had to do.
Who
and we
talked to me?
didn't
I'm
need
sorry,
do
who talked to me? About the building inspector?
The building commissioner was standing right here at the meeting when Paul, the chairman, asked the building commissioner, who was sitting in the audience, to come up and look at it. It was on the April 30th. Did you go back and watch it? Did anybody else go back and watch it?
Remember that?
Okay. Yep, building commissioner stood right beside you, looked at the plans, saw the cemetery, saw the Quonset hut, looked at it because Mr. Bunker wanted to make sure there were no problems with it, and he said, there's no problems with relocating the parking lot to the other side, so that could be put.
No,
That was all that needed to be done.
Well,
And it would have
well-
been done, and we wouldn't be standing here now if it had been done.
no,
That's all.
now I recall that. That discussion was about, what I talked about was taking the area that had puddled in the middle and putting in and you asked me to come back with that. I didn't done it yet because we haven't got this resolved. You asked me about putting in some kind of infiltration. I mentioned an infiltration basin in that area that had started a puddle. And that's exactly what we talked about. And I remember looking at the plan and said, yeah, that's a good place for it.
Oh, we were talking about moving the parking.
I didn't talk about an infiltration plan with anybody.
That was what we discussed. That was exactly what we discussed, about an
No, it
infiltration. And
wasn't.
you actually put it in writing and coming back with an infiltration basin in one of your emails.
I didn't email you at all.
No, not you, I'm just saying you. So it was in one of the emails back from, maybe it was Lynn, I don't know.
I didn't.
I'll have to find it, but I know that's in the record. Either way, how can we resolve this? The only way to resolve it is to take this out and put a grass strip back in there.
That's all we asked for in April of 2024.
And I'm going to come back to you with a notice of intent to make this house lot buildable, and we're going to move the stream. And other, if you don't do that,
We can't talk about that.
but I'm just trying to put in context why this is.
Mr. Donahoe,
One at a time.
we're just talking about this property. We can't talk about something that may happen in the future. The abutters haven't been notified. We'd be in a violation to do that.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm just trying
So I'm
to,
asking you to please just stick to what do we need to resolve the issue tonight? And it was discussed in April 30th. Just go
okay,
back to what it
let's
was.
go back to this, now that you've seen the test pits, which we agreed to the last time. If you want us to take out that 20-foot strip of mill and material and leave it as it is, because I'll be back to the original material, if that solves the problem, then we'll do that.
If you had come before us with a proposal to do what was done, I would not have voted for it. I know that. Maybe other members of the commission would disagree with that. I would not have. If there was since there is an area farther outside of the 100-foot buffer that we all seemed to agree on a year ago, that was fine. The building commissioner said it was fine. That's where you should put the parking. But we've been going back and forth, and we've already voted to have this put back the way it was before
There was actually a vote?
On the 30th, yes. There was, the commission advised you were going to come back with a new plan and have it all taken care of. I don't know what to do with my notes. I'm so discombobulated right now.
Here.
Okay. The April 30th of 2024. I want the commission just to read it over, because this is what
That's
happened.
where we went back and used timestamps, the original.
Yes. April 30th, Mr. Olivera agreed the new parking area had been created by Sal. He will do what the board wants. Parking to be moved to the opposite side near the cemetery. Reprocessed asphalt removed. Okay, I went back and I finished watching the meeting. Timestamp 1738, Mr. Donahoe was at the podium. Vice Chair asked DEP soil data plan. Mr. Donahoe said previously submitted soil data. Intermittent stream is rock line creating a bank. No dispute about being in the buffer 15 to 20 feet along 80 feet. Mr. Olivera joined Mr. Donahoe at the podium. He said the base material can be removed and put back to grass. Doesn't need all that parking within the buffer. He said he realized it bothered Mrs. McMahon. The chair at the time was Paul Bunker, recommended removing processed asphalt from the parking area in the buffer, 35 feet, no build, relocated to the opposite side. Building commissioner was in the meeting. He reviewed the site plan with Mr. Donahoe and said that relocating the parking area near the cemetery and buildings was allowed. Once relocated, a guardrail would be recommended to prevent future encroachment into the 35-foot no disturb. Mr. Oliveira suggested planting arborvitaes instead with a berm. Vice Chair discussed tree types, red maple, etc. The commission agreed to wetland varieties of tree plants based on availability. Mr. O'Donoghue would plant the trees 5 feet on center. Vice Chair requested a planting plan. Chair indicated that they will need to give us a new plan showing the commission where everything was going to go, the new parking area, erosion control, signage, berm, or whatever for the buffer. Restoration plan going forward with no further intrusion into the buffer. They could file an NOI for all issues discussed. Mr. Donahoe was to give us a new plan. 5/14/2024, no update. 5/30/2024, no update. June 11th, 2024, no update. June 25th, 24, no update. July 9th, 2024, no update. And then on August 27th, it came in and the whole thing changed.
This is the period of time I just mentioned that I talked with Lynn multiple times with emails to ask the commission to come out right after that April 30th meeting to discuss what we discussed at that time, knowing that it was a parking lot before. And that Mr. Avella was giving up rights that he had and activity that he had.
He isn't giving up rights. There's a 35-foot. If you do something new in 2023 that hadn't been maintained since her father gave up his business till when Mr. Oliver came in, that's considered a new project. It's not considered it's consisting. It wasn't existing. It wasn't maintained as a parking lot area. It all grew back to green grass. I don't know what more to say. Whether it's crabgrass, whether it was brambles, branches, twigs, it was green. You can see it.
It was maintained, it was mowed,
So fine, put it back and mow it.
okay?
That's what we asked for on April 30th, and we're here still.
I mean, I think we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just different point of views, to be honest.
I understand,
did
but
Introduce yourself.
I am Wagner Oliveira, the owner of the property in question here.
and I thank you.
So, when we did that, and I came here, and you said that we started talking to here, I'm getting nervous again, what the heck?
Just relax.
all right.
Come in here.
So when you guys started talking to him, and he was like, no, he didn't build anything up. And I said, no, we did. We did add material on top of that, because once Alex and it was Eugene? It was you that went there for the first,
We were the first ones out
all
there,
right.
yeah.
So when you guys went there, and I guess there was a conversation about not parking up there where the wood chips was. So, I don't know where, according to my manager, they were like, well, where can we park then? And then they were like, well, anywhere, maybe out front, but not in the
And
wetlands.
that did come up at the meeting, and we did talk about that. And
Right.
I said, no one on this commission can give approval. Not one commission.
Right.
It has to come before all.
But I guess was because there was no delineation, nobody knew where the wetlands were, and then the area there was not showing on mass map as a wetland, as maybe an intermediate stream, but
Right, and.
that was the first conversation, I mean, being
Nobody
honest.
claimed it was a wetland.
Right.
All it is that we need to have a buffer.
So we started parking. So we started parking over here. As you can see, it's pretty clear. So this was like a gravel area that had crabgrass. Maybe even grass, I don't know, who knows? If I throw grass seed on top of this material that I put there, it will grow, with time. So we started parking here. And then the cars started digging onto the grass as it rained a lot on that particular year. As a matter of fact, the day you guys went there, it was raining.
Yes.
And so, because it sloped down toward that little stream, which they used to call a drainage when I first leased the property, that's how she described it, as where it drains all the water from the top there. So we figure adding that, the processed asphalt was going to help, so that water and mud wouldn't go into that. So we did. So we pitched everything. I don't know if the camera's going to follow me.
No.
So we pitched everything onto this corner here, so no water would go in here, because we got trucks going back and forth. You got 139, it's like, oh, the cars break oil here, and it goes into the water, obviously. But then we tried to prevent that by sending this water into this corner here, which is where he was mentioning about doing the drainage system, what do you call it, Brian?
Infiltration base.
An infiltration basement. So at one point, I know that was a long shot. I even mentioned to him maybe piping this whole thing so that wouldn't be a problem, because you do have a pipe here from the blind, because there's a passage here. There's about this thick. That's enough to support all that water when it rains. But we never had water going around or on top of that. But we figured that, all right, they'll never let us do that. And to be honest, because of everything that I've heard about this commission, I'm like,
Closer to the mic, please. Thank you.
I'm just gonna go there and they're just gonna destroy me, and I got my business. This is my life there, you know what I mean? It's not like I don't need this, I do need this. As a matter of fact, I spent a good chunk of money that I honestly didn't have to spend with the surveyor and the scientist. It's been upwards to almost $30,000 now. And I saw you guys planning on returning $25 to someone over there and saying that every penny counts. And now for me to it's just try to park there, go to work, come back. I mean, I will landscape, and that was my plan. Landscape the whole front as I showed you, because I wanted to block the view, I wanted to look better, a curb appeal to, I mentioned to Paul in that first meeting. So when I said to you guys that I would remove, obviously, I wanted to maybe near the stream plant like an arborvitae hedge, so it would block, so my neighbors don't see us going in and out. I have a good relation with all of them. I mean, obviously with one of them, probably not, because they complained about me, so. But anyways, make the front look nice, put the arborvitaes there. It's close to that stream, yes, but it would be just parking in, going in and out. It was either put that material there, or it's still going onto the grass. It was open.
Again, Mr. Oliveri, and had you done that, had you done and protected 35 feet and done what you just said.
But with 35, then that's the point now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But
When we measured, if we go 35, when I said I'll remove it, because it was not 35 feet, it was just a strip of grass that was there. And it was being used as a parking area. So I thought you guys was mentioning where I filled up, which was over here. That's where the plants were. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with that, because maybe it was a misunderstanding on my part. And obviously English is not my first language.
I understand.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding, but I was thinking about this, and then Brian was like, no, it's like 35 feet, but you don't have 35 feet. So, and you don't have to do that because it's been used for that,
And that may be your concern. But what should have happened, if you had that question and concern, we would have said, just put it back to what it was.
Okay,
But
well,
that-
now I get that, but I got my advisor here.
But we didn't hear from anybody for 3 months? We heard nothing.
Well,
But yet, communication, I'm not sure.
The minute I hired him, I thought that, all right, fine, he'll resolve it for me. He knows what he's doing. He's the scientist. He's been around for a long time. He knows the history of the property.
Yep.
I'm not trying to blame him or anything like that. He did, and he's been doing a great job. I like to think so. I did follow all, everything that you guys asked. I tried to do even better. And we're stuck on that little issue there that is costing me more than, I don't know. I mean, I just want to resolve this thing if the point is landscaping that, making it look nice, but if you guys allow me to still park there, because then I found out one other thing too. I don't have enough space to park all the cars there on that cemetery side. And I didn't do anything else until we decide this. It's not like, all right, so if I need an NOI, to do work on that area before, let's wait until all this is done, so they tell me what I need to do. You know what I mean?
Sure what you mean by an
Or
NOI.
NOI, or notice of intent on what we're gonna do there.
For which
You know,
area?
For the parking area, to put it back in the way it was.
You wouldn't do an NOI for that?
See what I'm saying? That's why I hired him.
All right, no, just let me clarify. So when there's an enforcement order, if you do an NOI, you have to probably spend $2,000 for that.
Oh, I spent, like,
right? No,
almost
no,
30
no, this would
already.
in addition to what you were doing. When an enforcement order is, we're not charging you, we're not gonna say pay any money
Right.
for filing fees and all that
Okay.
other stuff. So the enforcement order is, which we haven't technically given you because we thought that things
Yeah,
were
well, I mean,
going well.
I've been trying to work with you guys.
Right, that is, again, there would be no filing fees for that sort of thing. But the intent is, if there has been something that's been done, like, and you didn't file with us, if you had come to us and said, this is what I want to do,
Okay.
then we would have had that discussion. When there hasn't been a discussion and there's a violation,
Right.
then we get involved and the remedy would be restoration.
Just to prove a point that I was so innocent about this whole thing, that we did it as you guys were going in and out of there, you know what I mean? It was not like, all right, I'm gonna do this because I'm super smart. You know,
I don't think anybody thought that.
and so
Anybody thought-
now when Brian starts to talk about built the house there, I do have the 2 lots. I know we're not gonna decide anything about that, but at least I have the right to say what we're thinking. I'll put it back, you know, I'll landscape the front there, but then we're gonna have to figure out this area there. And the pictures are pretty good that you guys can see. But when you look on the map, that little stream is on the lot where we want to build the house. And so what Brian was trying to say is, we're gonna come up with a plan that we might have to slightly move that stream to the left, right to the land line of the other lot, which is the 837. This is 833, where the stream is, the intermediate stream is. I don't know, maybe because this whole thing is like been escalated, everybody's like nervous and whatever it is, the words that you guys want to use, and agitated about this thing. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's easy to solve. That it's been going on for way too long. It could have been solved a long time ago, but
Yeah.
because you think one way, I think another way, and it's been like miscommunication and bad blood is like kind of start to build.
Oh, there's no bad blood.
Well, it seemed like, I mean, you get very pissed off when every time he starts telling you, and excuse my language too. I mean, you get angry.
I'm not allowed to finish my conversation, and I look up stuff. If I'm not sure, I automatically go to DEP or I go to MACC, and I try to get all the information that I need.
Right.
But I don't think I've been inappropriate. I don't think I've been angry. I have.
It might be just me
I've
feeling
had
that.
voices raised at me, and I've had things said to me that have been not very nice. And I think I have been, and I think I said respectfully, I addressed you, Mr. Olivera, and you, Mr. Donahoe.
I understand that, and I appreciate what you're doing. I know it's voluntary, and what I'm trying to do here is, yeah, no,
And
I mean,
it's just following the Wetlands Protection Act and the DEP regulations, state and town. That's what we do.
yeah, I mean, and so,
And like you said, it could have been resolved very easily way back in 2024 if you had just completed putting it back to exactly what was there before. That's all we were asking.
but no, what are you guys looking into that when you say exactly what was there before? Is that the picture before what it is?
I mean, you can go to 2020.
Because what I tell you, it might be one thing. What do you think it might be another
I'm
thing?
looking at 2023, and that's when I was there. That's all I'm going by.
Right.
I've never been on that property prior to 2023.
But just me, I don't know. I might be, maybe I'll talk to an attorney about this, but what rights do I have of an open land like it was and it had been used prior to all these regulations? Do I have any rights to continue to use that as it was? So if I turn that into grass, and that's my question too, because we're gonna have to do something about that. If I turn that back into grass, can I park on top of that? If I dig that down, it's gonna slope down into the stream again. It don't seem to me that that's a good thing. Should I put a different type of material there, do some landscape around, maybe put some guardrails, I don't know, be a little further away from the stream? Unfortunately, it is on the buffer zone, obviously. It's been there for a long time. So we're gonna have to compromise. I'm willing to work with you guys, but, I need some room there too.
How
I still gotta
This
keep
is
on
an
doing my
idea.
business.
is that you guys come up with a plan for restoration that would be a compromise that'll allow you to
When,
park.
when you say restoration, it was an open area, so you meaning like putting back to lawn?
Come up with something that would put it back, put some greenery in.
Okay.
Give you the opportunity to park. That
Okay.
sort of thing. Just come up with something where we can have a compromise.
That sounds pretty good.
Is my recommendation. You want to make it
Okay.
pretty, you talked about, various
Right.
things. We don't want you to have problems with your business. If you can move some of the parking away from that, we,
I mean, as much as I can. And the other thing I can do too is, we can only use that area if we need it. You know what I'm saying? If there's enough parking on that side, that would be priority, park here. If, someone comes in to buy firewood or whatever and just park there, I don't want you guys to be like, huh? Or someone taking picture or whatever, they're parking there. So I want to I want you guys to be flexible on that with me. Obviously, as a business, there's employees and people that it's going to follow the rules, some will not. And the other thing too is there's so many ash trees that are dead, that has been dead for a long time. I've been wanting to cut those. I never did, especially because where they are. But they're like a hazard. As a matter of fact, just the other day, one fell onto the power lines and onto 139 there. And my neighbor also, Tim, asked me to remove one large one that is like leaning toward his yard. I didn't do that either, because I wanted to ask you guys, so I want to see what's the pathway to do that. Also, the cemetery has so many dead ash, and they wanted me to give them a price to remove some of the dead trees out of there. I told them I don't want to mess with these trees yet, because I got to figure this thing out.
So the trees that are outside, if they're outside the buffer.
They're in the buffer. They're right on top of that. Right on top of
outside
that.
The cemetery? Or,
If there's 100 foot, they're in the buffer, but they're on the other side of my driveway.
okay. Because I was just going to say if it's outside the buffer zone.
Maybe not. I mean, I could measure.
don't
So
have
if it's 100 feet,
Yeah.
it's fine.
We have tree regs that say, if a tree is a hazard, depending on the size, you can remove it, you
Right.
can cut it back. We could talk about that. Dead trees do have an ecological benefit.
Okay.
So, what.
Could I trim them? Just remove the branches so it's just, less stuff falling on people?
If you want to trim it, you just want to trim it?
Well, I mean, could I do that? Would be easy?
Yeah, you
Would you
can-
guys
you can-
prefer that? Because the thing is, there's a bunch of swamp maples and whatnot growing in between the dead trees from underneath. They're starting to be like maybe 5-6 inches now. But they're growing crooked because the other trees are in the way, so they're
Yeah,
like
you can take the dead trees and just leave like 8 to 10 feet of
a
the.
tall stump like I did in the front.
Exactly.
That one on the front, can I remove it? The tall log thing, tall stump,
I don't know how close that is to the intermittent stream.
about 10 feet?
20 feet. 30, how many feet?
20 or 30 feet.
I think for that one,
Yeah.
file an
It's
RDA.
right away, it's state highway, actually. State highway.
If you were just gonna trim branches, you don't even have to ask about
Okay.
that. If you wanna remove a tree, we would say just, keep a snag.
All right.
If it's a dead tree, because it does have a benefit. To remove it entirely and it's close to a stream, I'd be a little worried about that.
All right. So now that we made friends again.
I always thought we were friends.
Well, I mean, I'm scared of you. You're like intimidating me for sure. You used the right
Let me
word.
just- I've worked with her for a couple years, and she just is dogged. She is trying to do the best job she can
Dedicated.
possibly do. She's dedicated.
Yeah.
She's trying to look out for and do her position, and I know it's not always fun to be on the other end when someone is,
Yeah.
doing that, but yeah, we're friends.
All right,
We're
so-
gonna work together.
All right, so it'd be easier for me to approach you guys now. So I'll do,
Always easy business.
why, it was for you being on that side, and me being on this side.
Well, I mean,
I'm not, with a simple yes or no here, you guys can
I'm one-
change my whole,
Like I've said to you, Mr. Oliveri, I am only one commissioner. This commission is made up of many people.
Well, and I want to hear what they have to say now.
Absolutely.
All right.
You can.
And I apologize for anything.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Now I got to drink some water.
I offered you a mint, but you never answered me. Would you like a mint?
She brings a huge bag every night.
So just thanks in closing. One point I want to make clear, and I think what started some of this misinformation, when we wanted to have that site visit, what I did do, and when I showed Mr. Olvera, I put a 35-foot, you had talked about a 35-foot no-touch zone. When we left here.
The chairman talked about it.
Okay.
Yes, he did, Mr. Bunker.
Right.
Yes.
And I laid out, he was agreeing to this 35-foot no-touch zone. I laid out what that meant. It meant the entire side of his property where he was parking before would be off limits.
And I understand that.
Okay, so
Mr.
that's,
Bunker.
but that's why I brought you, I tried to bring you all out there multiple times,
We
right?
have gone out there.
No, but multiple times, when you finally came out in the summer, I had laid all that out to try to explain what this meant. That's why there's a misunderstanding here. Because he thought he was not going to be able to use that at all. Now, I think we're hearing that if we just put the grass back, and he can use that whole thing up to the stone wall, right? That's the area that was,
Does that go back to the way it was?
I don't know, you gotta.
yeah, the stone, I mean, that's what the picture showed. The stone wall is exactly what it's been for 100 years.
But it was, I'm looking at the wall there. The wall is in the line of the trees, correct? Is that not grass there?
The wall, the grass went up close to the wall. There's a lot of leaves there, actually. That wall that's there now at the top of the slope that was the.
So here's the picture that Nick took, okay? Here's the picture that Nick took, right down by 139. Am I not correct, Nick? Can you pull that out for Mr. Donahoe?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the grassy area right there, and there's stones. That's right at the 139 area. That's the 139 street right there. So that was all grassy. It wasn't, it was,
So I'm saying, if we go up to that wall, this wall here,
is that not right?
see, the 35, we were out here. This was, they weren't gonna touch it. They were gonna take this away from him. That's how his impression, that's how I,
For what I,
that this was all gonna be taken away.
Yeah, I think what they're looking for is for you guys to propose exactly what you want to do.
But I wanna make sure
Rather
that,
than a lot
well,
of ifs, maybes.
we wanna make sure that's what it is, because before, again, the misunderstanding
But if
was,
they have a proposal in front of them, it's a lot easier for them to adjust, say yes, no, maybe move this line. So just something a little more concrete that they can kind of.
Yeah, so-
I understand, there's no misunderstanding.
It might not be a yes or no on that, it might be, well, what about this planting instead, just to get them a baseline
Right.
to talk to you.
no, I think I got it. So
It's
just
tough
do the
with-
new drawing of where everything's going to be on that area there. All right, landscape
Yeah, what do you
area,
think's best?
trees, and then come back to you guys. Got it.
Is that,
Yeah, no, that's what I think is, come up with something that's
Kind of the best
custom
path forward.
vegetated, that also allows some parking. Try to get back to as vegetated as you possibly
As much
can
as possible, okay.
over there. And just come back to us with the plan.
All right.
You do not have to file
An
with us
NOI.
an NOI or
You do not.
anything. You don't have
Okay.
to spend any money on filing and stuff.
Not for 937, no.
No, so just come back with the plan is my suggestion. But again,
Okay.
like Jean says, I am one member of the board and you would have to.
Now, for the house, for the house lot, being sort of in that line there, if I landscape everything, well, never mind, one problem at a time.
Yeah.
Let's skip this over with. Let's skip this one part
A
over.
plan.
We're close, so
Yeah.
I think we can get this done.
Thank you.
We probably should have a vote on that in terms of,
Okay, somebody want to make a
we
motion?
agree that, well, I'll have somebody make a motion.
Doesn't it just continue?
No.
It would be that we agree that they can come up with a plan.
Can we have a time limit on that, like January 28th, 2025, so
Let's
we
give
know?
them
2 weeks
60 days.
for a plan?
I mean, if they were gonna do any plantings, they wouldn't be able to do it until.
No, I'm just saying they were going to give us a drawing, a plan.
Yeah. Do you think you can get it to us in,
yeah, I mean, I'm just doing an 8.5 by 11 sketch of that particular area, not the whole full site, just that area.
Just focus on that
Nice
area.
little plan and show, it regrassed, basically, that's what you want to see?
What you see right there is what we brought him, I mean, you know,
Not even
I think that's just.
whatever we think will suit that.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we'll have it on, but the same, the fundamental thing is that area that was grass that you're seeing there will be grass at the end of the day. And if you landscape the more, that's a benefit.
Well,
It doesn't necessarily have to be grass all the way. We can present a plan, there's more vegetated.
you
see
can
if they'll
present
like
two plans, and then we can see
Plan A, Plan B,
Plan A, Plan B,
C.
you know, just, and then we can pick one or make changes and just get it done.
And honestly, I want you guys to keep in mind that that elevation that we did there, it really does help. You can just, welcome to stop by and take a better look, now that everything's like calm. And it might help, you know what I mean, when you guys make the decision here. Any of you guys, it's welcome to stop by and take a look.
In those two plans I took that are the front, you can see the grade, it's a slight grade back away from the stream. Whereas before, all the mud in the driveway would have gone right into the stream.
So how long do you think it would take for you comfortably to come up
For this, a
with
sketch like that will be, 28th will be fine.
the 28th?
Yeah, it'll be one sketch to show, we'll sit down and whatever.
I would want it at least a week ahead of the meeting so that everybody
maybe
on the
2 weeks
commission, so maybe,
2 weeks later then.
yeah.
February.
Do what days?
I don't have a calendar open.
Because you're not going to be playing grass anyways. Until,
Yeah, you can't do anything until April.
Right.
Yeah, at the earliest.
Okay.
Okay, next meeting date
What's-
is February.
So it would be February 11th.
February 11th.
So if you can get it in by February 4th,
yeah, what? Okay.
and then we'd have at least, if you want to do it earlier, that's fine. You don't have to wait until 4th
All right.
to turn it in. But I would recommend coming up with a couple of ideas, just because I don't want to be in a situation where you come up with one plan.
It doesn't have to be
and then
anything,
we're like, no, move this, do this.
it doesn't have to be anything like fancy, right? It's just a drawing, like a landscape drawing on the computer,
Yeah.
the plants here and
Very
all that.
basic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That,
More basic, the better.
so that's fine.
Just come
Thanks,
up with a
guys.
couple, and then we can pick one, maybe make, if we need minor modifications, we can do that, and then we can
Okay,
be done.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. Bye, Mrs. McMahon.
Thank you.
It was nice to
Thank
see you
very
again.
much. Okay. All righty.
That was long.
Next is SCO 840520, request for minor project modification located at Cleveland Pond. Is anybody here for that? No? So I don't know, Nick, I don't know if you guys saw in your packet, they're doing a cleanup of treatment at Cleveland Pond for invasive species management, and they had an NOI that was approved a long time ago. They came in, emailed to ask for, hey, can we make a minor modification to this? They were going to be putting in a certain chemical to get rid of, what was it, mudboard?
Variable water milfoil.
Okay. My question though is like, what would we originally agree to, because this is well before my time.
I think we did something similar when Island Grove. They treated it for the same invasive species.
Yeah.
I looked it up briefly prior to the meeting. It is, it's not a newer chemical, it's a well-established, it's not like it's something new off the block. It's been used previously, so I don't have any concern. It's not like it's...
Was that the copper, was it something copper? I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I had the SDS sheet on it here from the email, and I just looked it up real quick, and the date of origin, it's been on the, it's not like it's a brand-new product on the market.
Right, because I think they said, like I just said to Lynn, Island Grove had the same treatment and with the same type of invasive species, and it was some sort of a copper base.
Yeah,
I remember
exactly,
seeing that.
And
that was one of my questions I asked, and they had come up with the information saying that it really is detrimental, and it's been used for a very long time.
And that's exactly
Yeah.
what I'd be concerned if it was a brand-new product on the
Right,
market. I don't
right.
want to be the guinea pig town on it.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
With what I found just from a quick research on it of 10 minutes prior was
Mm-hmm.
that it's not a newer product. And it doesn't seem to be anything jumping out. Obviously, the risks outweigh the benefits of taking out the invasive plants, because we all know how detrimental the invasive weeds are to the ecosystems and everything.
Yep.
I personally have no issues with it going forward. You know, these companies, it's what they do. They know this better than any of us could guess.
They've been doing a great job on both of those ponds.
Yeah,
The-
you know, I know several other towns that I fish at have used similar systems and everything, and they have unbelievable results over the last 10, 15 years watching those ponds come back
Yep.
from chemical treatments.
And we
So-
had the same feedback from the people around Island Grove, because my daughter lives down in that area too, and it's, to see that,
Yeah, to see
I
the
mean, it's like
different-
gone.
Right, you know,
It's-
you know, I grew up originally in North Weymouth,
Yep.
and 20 years ago, they went through this with Whitman's Pond.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And when I used to go out there with scouts 20 years ago, we couldn't even paddle across part of the pond. The weed base was so thick.
I know.
And they tried mechanical removal, different boats and everything, and then they finally went to chemical treatment. And
Yeah,
this was a long time ago, nothing recent, and
yeah.
it worked, you know, so obviously that's probably the best system. It's tried and true.
Yeah, because I don't think we're ever going to get everybody to clean their fishing equipment, clean up all their hooks and things, and
Honestly, for our ponds around here, it's probably more waterfowl and everything.
you know, kayakers and boaters, I find. Kayakers, I mean, I know I don't want to get into that, but.
Yeah, you really don't see it with paddle boats and kayaks. It's more motorboats that can suck it up in the intakes and everything. So within our ponds that don't have that type of thing, you're seeing more of the process from waterfowl, and they're eating the seeds in the plants,
Yep.
and it's processing through them that way. That's how you're seeing the spread of the plants.
So I'm not certain whether they're changing the chemical or they just want another treatment. Wasn't clear, because I didn't have any of that.
Yeah, it doesn't mention that they're removing something from their treatment plan.
Yeah.
It just is adding this to it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what
So
we
maybe you could reach out and get a clarification, and
I'm fine with just,
are you just going forward? Okay.
I mean, personally,
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah, the only other thing that they did mention, I think we should include is, they said it's not fully necessary, but they planned on posting signage and closing the pond on that day. So just in there, I think it's more of like a letter letting them know that we're accepting the minor modification, noting that, just for our record, that
Yeah.
it's clear should be done.
All right, so do we want to have a vote on this?
Sure. Make a motion to approve.
Second?
And all
Favor?
in favor?
Aye.
Just blanked out. Any opposed? Unanimous, okay, great, thanks.
Can I just say nay, just to do something a little different?
Hey, it'll happen
I'm
at some
against it.
point. I'll be like, what? Okay.
I like,
Discussion and possible
I like
vote on
weeds.
enforcement order on 1212 Bedford Street, 1200 Bedford Street. Hi.
Hi.
Mr., so I think we have a plan
You do.
from us,
I
okay.
dropped it off to Nick.
Yeah, so, do you want to come up and talk about it at all?
Yeah, I just, can I?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. I won't
Okay.
be like, sorry, guys.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just wanted to, that's what we came up with, and I don't think we all agreed on it the last time we had a site review. So, I don't know where to go from here. My hands are tied with my neighbor. Nothing has moved and nothing's going to move on his end. I spoke with him last week. He's done. So, this is all tied in with him, so I'm trying to come up with a set of plans that everybody likes. Those plans were $2,000, so I can't just keep coming up with a set of plans for $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 and say, I don't like them. They're not gonna work. So, I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do.
So I talked to town council today, so just backtrack a little bit. I was given permission to talk to town council from the town manager. And went ahead and I sent her all the information so far that I've had, updated it to include, our discussions and everything like that. In talking to her today, she wanted to know if there had been any progress with you, and I said, yes, and we have zero issues with you, you've done great.
Okay.
Fantastic. I made it 100% clear to her that we have no problem with you, Mr. McPhail. I can't speak to everything else that was said, but
I get it.
what she said, she was waiting to see what you had and what we would make a decision about.
Okay.
It sounds like from what we were talking about is basically you can't do anything until you get his approval, right? To get his.
The lots of, yeah,
just-
there's such a fine line there.
Yeah.
We're, like we said, do we dig a 6-foot hole and have a 6-foot, when his is up here and mine's down there?
Yeah.
You know, again, the reeds are still stuck in the middle with all the water in their backyard, and I'm gonna put it out to the board one more time. If there's any way that I could convince Mr. DeAndrea to cross his property with the pipe we intended on doing in 2008 or whatever we did all this, would that work? Would that help at all? Because I'm still willing to work with Mr. and Mrs. Reed and take the water. I don't have a problem with that. And I know Vinnie pretty well. You know, is it something I could try to finagle? Would that help at all? Would that,
Well, I mean, that would be the engineer. who
Yeah.
would make that, you know,
okay.
I don't know.
Because he's the one that's really, he's getting the raw end of the deal. He's got a backyard full of water.
Yeah, yeah.
You know
It
what I
sort
mean?
of resolves the Reed's
And
problem.
he's a good guy. They're nice people, and I've been trying to work with them for years. I don't have a problem with them at all. None.
At the last meeting, I mean, they did tell us this has been going on for 11 years.
Long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
And it's so unfortunate for them, they're homeowners, so.
They're nice people. I don't have a problem with them at all. I really don't.
Nice.
And like I said, if I can, you know, if we could work out some way to, in the interim, I don't know where this is gonna go, I have no idea. I'm willing to move forward if I can find a set of plans that keeps you guys happy, that works for me. And like last guy just said, I'm into this for like 15 grand too. And this is my base, my work, this is where I work out of, this is my property.
Yep.
I'm the same as that last guy.
Yep.
I'm not looking at parking issues so much, I'm looking at, I wanted to get rid of that pond, it's just, it's an eyesore, and I know that's really gonna be difficult, but if this is gonna cost me $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, that would be an outcome I would absolutely love. I've been wanting to get rid of it since I bought the property. You know, and I have the room up back, I believe, to duplicate the wetlands or restore the wetlands, or however you guys wanna word it, you know? But if you don't like those plans, I just need to come back with my lawyer or my engineer or somebody and sit down. If he's not gonna move in the next 3 months, I mean, I only have 3 months, we're gonna start planting in 3 months. Right now, we can't do anything.
Right.
So what do I do?
Right now, you know, I think you've done
Okay,
all that you can really do.
okay.
Her question is, does the engineer have a plan that would actually resolve the issue without getting onto Mr. DeAndre's property?
He won't go forward because we don't know what to go forward with. We can keep presenting plans, but Vinnie's property is all tied in to my property.
So you can't come up with a plan that doesn't involve his property, right?
I tried to with that, and
Yeah.
you didn't seem really responsive to it, and,
Well,
I mean, you didn't do car wheels, let's put it that way, and, you know, the reason we had you guys out there was so we didn't have to come here
Right.
without doing all of this, and I love that idea, it was great, we were on site, we could look right at it, you know, and say, yep, no, and, again, these are costing me, it's $200 an hour.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just to kick around some ideas, it's a couple grand.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? And where he's so tied up in it, and I really don't know what you guys want, I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do.
So-
I can draw all the plans in the world, but if I don't know what I'm drawing,
Right. So
You know?
if there's no way for this to truly get resolved, town council has said that we would go into executive session at some point to have a discussion about this.
okay.
So that was something she wanted to clarify with you is if there's no way to really fix this appropriately without involving him, then I'll have a discussion with her, and she said there is a potential that we would go into an executive session with her to discuss what to do about 1212 Bedford Street.
Okay,
I don't think right now you have to do anything.
okay.
In a holding pattern.
Just holding.
Okay, Nick just called and said I was to show up, just to make sure we were,
Yeah.
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I appreciate that.
okay,
And I will let town council know what
Okay.
we said. Again, I know you mentioned to me at one of the site walks that, your friends are like, oh, you're on TV, and.
I hate this.
Tell the world.
I'm supposed to be in bed right now, just so you know. All right, 4:30 tomorrow morning, I'm your guy. Right now, I'm way past my
I'm so
bedtime.
sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, but,
Yeah, no, I think the thing is just
yeah,
hold off.
okay.
And
Okay.
I'll let you know what happens.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Yep,
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you.
You guys have my number, my email and everything. If you guys need, if we can get together and if you have something definitive for a set of plans, I have the engineer on the hook. I just want to give him something to run with.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, discussion and possible vote on enforcement order on 155 Birch Street, 19 Charles Street.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Sean Reynolds. I live at 19 Charles Street. I own wetlands and I like them. And just want them clean. So today I'm just requesting, I know there was a site walk. There was an enforcement order proposed. We're not looking to change anything out there right now. We would be coming back if we did. Again, my whole goal was I had it delineated originally by DEP several years ago. I was the one that paid to have it delineated while people came here to ask for large buildings. And so I'm looking to just maintain the wetlands, ask for that enforcement order to be removed. I have notes from my son-in-law, if you give me one moment, who responded to this as well. We're just looking for a vote on that, and then hopefully you can tell me, because I understand you walked it, and you saw trash.
Saw quite a bit of it.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, yeah.
I would like to clean that up. I would like to be able to, again, some of it's heavy-duty stuff, like a Ford axle, my personal favorite. And so I have this little Gator truck that I was hoping to go out there, hire some kids and just fill it up and get stuff out of there. If we could, if it's not lugging, just your guidance after the vote to determine how to clean it up. And we also am looking to see if, as you saw and you walked it, you can see where the neighbors are. Some of them have put up fences. I'm hoping to put up a fence that clearly defines so they're not throwing stuff into the wetlands anymore. And to eliminate the golf course water hazard, because they all chip into it.
I don't know the
Can
exact.
you introduce yourself?
Sorry.
Quincy resident, technically. Project manager, pseudo. I don't know exactly the address. It's 160. I think it's maybe they skip so many. It's the Canal residents. They erected a fence within the 100-foot buffer that I noticed within the last 2 months. And I just wanted to find out, because I had understood from talking with Lynn that we needed to come to ask permission to erect any fence within the 100-foot buffer. And he kind of just went and did it. So I just wanted to make sure, because there's 3 or 4 neighbors there on that side, particularly when you walk it. They're just dumping trash, throwing their dog poop over it, and I don't know for a fact. I'm pretty sure they're the reason we're in here, that they're sort of, if I walk out there, I think you guys get a call at this point. So I just wanted to make sure that if we want to put up a fence, that we're allowed to.
If you have a fence that allows wildlife crossing,
Yep.
then that is an exemption
Okay.
under the Wetlands Protection Act.
I believe it was a chain link fence too that we saw.
Yeah, it was a
when we were
chain.
out
It was a chain link. I just didn't understand if you had.
Because you're under an
Yeah.
enforcement order, you would have to,
Yeah.
talk to us before you.
Okay.
We've had that situation before.
Yep.
Someone was under enforcement order. They put up a fence and didn't talk to us.
No,
and we
no.
were-
No, we're coming
You
in
guys
with
answer
everything.
emails, so you're great.
Yeah. So that's an exemption.
Okay.
You could, we'll have to have a discussion about the rescission of the enforcement order. So,
And then as far as cleanup, that's all.
yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
It's the cleanup. It sounds like you want to use, I don't know what the machinery is you're talking about.
It's
It's
little.
like golf cart on steroids, kind of.
So,
But it has a pickup truck back because this is heavy-duty stuff that's out there.
That was there when we went for the sidewalk, right? I think we
Yeah,
saw
it was
it.
parked,
Yeah.
I think, in the garage at the time.
So my concern with driving into a wetland to remove stuff, I just want to ensure that no additional damage is done out there. How do we go about that? Do we have to have your wetland, who did your delineation? You said DEP?
I had it done by Merrill. I've had it done
Yeah,
3 times and then DEP approved.
Brad Holmes from ECR.
Brad
is
Holmes,
the-
okay.
We certainly can
So-
ask him too.
Have you talked to Brad Holmes about cleaning out the debris from the wetland?
Yeah, I spoke at
Think he
length
did.
with him. He actually walked the whole sort of 3.6 acres, of which not all of it's the wetlands. I had asked him specifically, can you go out there and like tape the invasive species? He pretty much came back to me and said he didn't have enough tape in the truck, that it would be easier to tape the 3 or 4 trees out there that's non-invasive, that there's all Asian knotweed. It's pretty much, as he put it, it's almost all invasive.
Right, and usually when we have somebody going in to remove invasive species, whether it be trees or Asian knotweed or whatever, they're usually done by a professional wetland scientist. Especially invasive trees, if there are that significant a number, they don't have to physically be pulled out of the ground. What you can do is girdle them so they die naturally and they provide habitat. That's just one of the things that I had read up on.
Yeah, he had
So-
mentioned chemicals, just so you know.
Chemicals are really not the best thing when you can girdle a tree and it'll kill it. You know, I would want to have some sort of wetland scientist feedback on how to proceed in that type, because we don't want to do more damage in a wetland. Never mind a buffer, we don't want to do damage in a wetland.
I believe, I don't recall if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, but we had supplied, I think, a wetlands memo from Brad.
Yep.
That sort of went into detail about the state of the land out there. I don't know if he touched on
The state of the land,
remediation.
yeah, I remember seeing that and I remember reading about it and I remember the list was quite intensive, but it's how do you go about removing this, and especially where you say there's pieces of cars and whatever out there.
Yes.
I mean, you just don't want to drive in there with a gate or throw it in the back and then right out of there. I mean, the tracks and the digging up of the wetland and whatever plants and vegetation that is wetland, you're destroying that on top of what's already there.
Well, I think it's buffered. You wouldn't be driving in the wetland, just the buffer.
The buffers.
It's pretty much the buffer zone.
Right.
And then, I mean,
Because it's a very technical,
yeah.
Yeah, because when we were.
they don't make people that do this.
It's mostly driving
Because it
along the
shouldn't have been
property
done.
line on the Birch Street side where. Yeah,
Like when we were walking it, the area you said you wanted to drive in was not the actual, like where the
it's pretty
wetland
much
was
coming in
delineated.
here
Yeah.
And then traversing this way, and so it crosses.
It
into
does
the buffer,
cross
but,
it,
I mean,
yeah.
if
Where
you
is-
come out, there's all trash
Yeah.
entirely in this area, and I think, if I'm not speaking out of turn, I believe you guys talked to this neighbor and had them clean up their dumping.
Right.
And this guy's got stuff too.
Okay, so the wetland actually goes right along that whole line and goes into the neighbor up on Birch Street onto his property as well.
Essentially, so.
So you'd be
19
going-
Charles, we can't, you know, we could cut down this way, and then we still have to cross at some point. If we cut this way, we still have to cross at this point, but I mean, there's all trash. I know you walked with us.
Yeah, and there's trash in the wetland too. Like, I'm not sure how you would get it out without,
This is why I'm saying you need somebody who's a professional. I mean, you just can't.
Now, you're looking to do it in the next, this is just my opinion from working within these types of areas in the past. You're looking within the next few, within the winter months, I would imagine.
I'm just,
It'd be nice to get out there in the winter, it's a lot clearer.
Right.
There's no
The plants are
bushes.
in dormant states, they
Yeah.
spring back from any.
It would have
type
to
of
be done
use it
if-
takes, and the ground is frozen, so there's less impact to it.
yeah.
I'm by no means a professional, I just know that that's when work is typically done. Like whenever I do utility work within wetlands, that's when we have to access those areas.
And the
is
gator,
within the winter months.
The gator tires aren't, they're not treads or anything. I mean, if you go out there, it didn't really like dig into the ground. It's not that moist of a ground that it's gonna sort of, you know, you're gonna see 2 little ditches where we were. I mean, when we were out there before the enforcement order was issued, the only way you could kind of tell is where we were taking the trash out. It wasn't, you didn't see like dirt bike paths or anything like that.
Right, but I remember when we did go out there were a lot of branches that were pulled forward and right up at the top of 19 Charles Street. But I don't think that when you pull out stumps and branches and things like that, it does provide habitat
I
for
would-
whatever is living in that buffer wetland.
We're not
So-
touching any of
Yeah,
that.
they're not looking to touch natural.
No, but I'm saying when we were out there on the
Okay.
sidewalk, they
Yeah.
were all
There's
pulled out.
Oh,
there's
okay.
also neighbors who, I mean, I've witnessed and we've called, who literally will cut a tree in their yard and just walk over and dump it. If you go down the line on Charles Street, all of those neighbors have a rear gate access onto the property.
Yep.
And they all have dumping. They're dumping clippings, leaves, twigs, everything. We've asked code enforcement to come out. They don't want anything to do with it because of another neighbor's adverse possession.
Code enforcement from conservation didn't want to come
No,
out?
not code enforcement for the town. For
But
the
see, if
town.
somebody's dumping in a buffer zone or a wetland, all you have to do is make a phone call to conservation and then it goes right to them.
And I did on the one neighbor who was pretty
Right.
much, they put in new steps and they dumped them right in the buffer zone.
Right, and they've since pulled it out, right?
Yep.
Good.
I believe they did last
Yeah,
time I saw.
they told me they fixed it, so.
Their shed's still in the buffer zone, but that's a issue in and of itself.
I
for
guess
another time.
for me, sort of philosophically, it's like, would I rather have a rusty old, basketball hoop or tire tracks in the wetland area? To me, it's an obvious choice, but I don't know. I mean,
But not huge pieces of cars.
it's all out there. There's paint can, it's everything.
There's
Every
car
kind of
batteries,
trash you can imagine is out there.
tarps.
Yeah. It's bad. And there's
There's also glass and bottles
Yeah.
just about everywhere. And I wear my steel toe boots out there. I won't even go out in sneakers because
From what I understand, way back when practically the whole neighborhood had come in to talk about, they said originally that there was a train
Yeah, there's a turntable. in there,
turntable
that's
and
on
that.
the.
Yeah, there's some sort of cement
And
it
structure
was,
along the path,
It's actually
Eventually-
on the bike path.
It's over. You're
Right,
Okay.
Because
but-
this neighbor, there's a whole history there. You can look on Facebook. and
Right,
see.
but I mean, all the businesses in that area used to go in there and just dump debris after debris after debris, so, I mean, I'm sure,
Particularly at this point along the Charles Street side, it's a lot of neighbors dumping. I mean, there's boat batteries, boat tarps, and the guy's got a boat. I can do math. I know who's
oh, I
doing
believe,
it.
I know,
No,
I
no,
mean,
that's sort of the
I
area of
get it.
concern, but
I
we
get it.
can't, the problem is we can't even get to really the bulk of the land there, that triangle, because, I mean, I swear, if I walk out there tomorrow, I would presume you guys get a call saying that I was out there doing something. I could just go out with a power drill, just walking around making noise.
yeah, no, I know, and I remember when we were out there, you had said that too.
I think I told you guys, I'm pretty sure you'll get a call even though you're out here with us.
Yeah,
So.
we didn't get a call though, did we?
I don't think so.
That's good.
No.
No.
I mean, we're not looking to cut down trees or anything. We're really looking to be able to, take the major trash out and then get over to the other side where it's outside of the buffer and clean that up.
Clean that up, you mean junk, not,
Junk and then,
Junk.
whatever else is out there.
If you're taking out organic material, that's probably,
No.
yeah.
yeah, we don't want that.
No.
But
And again, anything that's questionable, I'm coming here.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Doesn't
work with
bother
you
me.
guys.
And we appreciate that, we really do appreciate that.
Well,
I mean,
it's
it
got to
must-
be saved. I started it, and
I mean,
I'm keeping it.
It's in the public record. If you look back on when Mr. Reynolds went before zoning, the wetlands portion of the land essentially was going to become a dead lot. It wasn't, getting built on or anything. Everything was really in the triangle. So, I mean, people claim our intentions are different. It's just what it is.
Well,
well, the proposal at the time that I had it delineated was for an underground retention pond and 24 to 32 condos.
That was not by you, that was by someone.
Yes, and that's when I came in. I got the opportunity to buy it, so now I want to keep the wetlands the wetlands.
So can you get access to that area
The corner,
from Monroe Street?
that's the issue. It comes to an absolute peak at this time. We're looking at other, perhaps, opportunities in the future, again, if we're
No,
able
what I
to.
mean is, if you want to get in to clean stuff out,
No,
you
No.
can't go in
No.
through Monroe Street.
not without.
Is there like a rock wall or something there? I think, kind of remember climbing over one.
At the back of those properties.
That's what I'm thinking of, the berm, yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a rock wall out there. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's on the other side of the rail trail, but
Yeah, when I was doing the walk, it was difficult, like when you get along the rail trail, it's difficult, like you definitely could not drive that vehicle
no,
in
you'd
that
end up
direction.
pitched in the ditch because
Yeah.
there's literally from just erosion, there's just a ditch next to the rail trail at this point.
Yep.
So it looks like no matter what you do, you gotta cross the wetlands.
Yeah, but right where that wetland is to their point, there's their neighbor's junk in the back. So like, right where you see that thing up, there's stuff there.
Yeah.
That whole 100-foot buffer zone, I mean, there's a shed drop there, that's where all that construction material was. There's still like cement out there that looks like it was just broken up. There's a grill, car batteries.
It's like an old,
There's a trailer with a
yeah,
bunch of,
trailer, I was gonna say, yeah.
someone's old fence that they took down and backed into the lot. It's,
You're not going to get a crew to hand walk all that out. That's our issue. It's so much stuff, but
Yeah, some of it's just too heavy to haul out.
and we need to
As a
protect that
person.
water.
Yeah.
It's our water.
So is that something that requires a plan or just our approval to clean it?
Well, I mean, that's the question is, how can you get rid of this huge heavy stuff without impacting the wetlands? And, you know, to do it, you have to cross the wetlands.
Yeah.
So how can you do it without causing harm?
Is it like a site walk after it's clear to see, you know, to ensure if there was any damage, and if there was, then it could be restored or something?
Yeah, I think so. So, you know, minimize as much as possible so you don't have to restore very much. That would be an option.
If there are concerns around that, I'm going to utilize the same wetlands person. Yeah, I mean, I have to do it, just so you guys know, in phases because of money, because there's a lot of, so.
So you're gonna come in from your backyard, 19 Charles Street? And
Yes.
that's gonna be the right of way to cross over to get to that triangle and clean up all that?
So far, that's the only way.
yeah, and we'd stick along the property line and just keep a consistent path.
So you're gonna be driving right through the wetland?
But just in that little tiny part, right,
Yeah.
the closest to the property line, you're not gonna,
And on this
Proposed to
map,
go
it
anywhere
looks,
else.
it looks a lot wider than it really is in reality. It's not, where that sort of comes to a peak, right into that person's backyard, it's not,
It's just a few steps.
maybe like 3 feet wide at the max. It's not too big.
Well, Lynn, like you wouldn't even be able to drive the vehicle very far into there. Like, it didn't look like there was that much farther to go before you ran into the end of the road, essentially, right? So,
Pretty much, I mean, we can get it to the point where we're outside of the buffer.
yeah.
Because we've had that track down the middle there, staked, so I can kind of tell when we're on the other side of the buffer zone at that point. It's just a matter of the neighbors and stuff.
I mean, I have no problem with cleaning out metal debris and glass bottles and
Bikes.
Car
bikes
batteries.
and car batteries and stuff like that. I just don't want to see, like Justin had pointed out, organic matter. Do not remove trees, stumps, branches, because, you know, now you're talking about, you don't know what is using it for habitat. It is a dormant stage right now. A lot of the plants that might be wetland indicators are dormant. You don't know if the wetland has expanded or contracted. We have been in a period of drought, so, I mean, I just always play on the side of caution. That's me.
And our surveyors were out there, and Brad Holmes, who from ECR Wetlands was out there. I think it actually triggered another complaint against us when we had the
When did he
surveyors on
delineate
site.
the wetland? Could you refresh my memory on that?
It was after 2020.
Was it?
2022.
2022, okay.
Yeah. And we actually had Brad go back out there to double check it to make sure it hadn't changed and to re-flag it where a lot of flags had fallen down.
Didn't I see a flag up by the top of 19 Charles Street, the property where you just go into that area too?
Yes, we had the property line delineated with stakes. so
Yep.
that-
There were flags for buffer and flags for wetland.
Right.
Yep.
Not sure what happened to the one on the corner, but I don't see it anymore.
Do you have any
Well, with all the windstorms that we've had, let me tell you.
We had them actually double staked it, so we had them put iron stakes in the ground and wood on top, because we already had issues with the neighbors sort of just pulling them and whatnot.
Would you have any opposition? I'm not promising anything. And I understand you'd be assuming a lot of liability in this if I reached out to some scouting groups I have connections with and maybe tried to put together some volunteers to do it by hand instead of bringing in equipment?
I even announced to the neighbors if they wanted to do a cleanup day. Yes, no opposition whatsoever.
I have a couple of connections I can possibly try to reach out to. I'm not promising anything.
Yeah, I was a scout leader right here, so
So
no
your
problem.
neighbors weren't in agreement to even go out and help you clean up?
No one got
They're the ones that put the mess there, right?
That's what
Kind of like an admission.
I mean, they showed up to the last meeting, and their intention is to pretty much run us dry or stop us. They want to keep apparently dumping their grass clippings and other materials and want to have a say over a piece of land that's not theirs. And they can't kind of get over it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely apparent that all the people along, is it? sorry,
Charles.
Is it Charles?
No, Birch.
Along Birch.
Birch,
This
they're not respecting the land back there. Almost every house had some sort of something that they had chucked back in the woods. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no fence lines that currently exist from this is the lot that put up the chain link here, and then there's no fence lines that exist here, and all of them just sort of, they stop. There's stakes now showing them sort of where the line is, but
Growing up, we had neighbors that would mow their beautiful yard and then take all the clippings and throw them across the street in the wetlands.
that's about the story of this.
So,
this
I mean,
lot.
I would say that as spring approaches, and if you see them doing that, give a call, and perhaps maybe we can send a letter out to your abutters asking them to please not throw debris in the wetland. It is a violation. Maybe coming from the Conservation Commission, it might be effective.
Is there, I know it's an overstretch, but do you have any signage or anything along the line?
Not at this time.
I'm just thinking,
If I go out there to try to put the signage, I'm gonna probably get something.
We do
called.
have Abington Conservation signs, and it will say,
No dumping.
yeah.
If you guys got a bunch of them, I'm willing to go out there.
Oh, no.
I'll buy 'em.
We don't keep them
We
in
don't keep
stock.
them.
But you can have them, I mean, I
If you
don't,
can email them to me and I can print
If you
them.
go on the website.
it's right on our
I think it's
regulation.
on the regulations
Okay,
page.
yeah.
There's an example.
And as long as you guys are
8.5
good
by
with me putting them on a stake or
No, yeah, on a
4x4, pressure treated,
wood or
Or
granite.
banging
or
it, not a
something.
stake, 'cause
Not on
Yep.
a tree.
Right.
Right, don't count it.
on an invasive tree or just.
No,
No, doesn't matter,
No.
doesn't
Nice,
matter.
nice touch.
You go to
No.
Birch and bring your pamphlets.
Is that all
Yeah.
listed in the, is it all listed in the regulations about
Yep.
the 4x4 and all that?
Yep,
Okay.
even there's a picture of it too. I think it's a 8.5 by 11 sign.
Yeah, you can put it facing their houses.
I don't know if I have a copy of it. Yeah,
Now, if it's your property, you could put a trail cam there, couldn't you?
At this point, as I said, we
Do I look like
having
a,
this ongoing and.
sorry, not a woods walker?
I only stepped out there.
I mean,
Just to let you know.
that's where trail cams will is, they don't have to, you can just look at your phone.
No, since the enforcement order, I mean, it's just been such a headache that when we have the surveyors out there, then we got called on. I haven't stepped foot past the back of Mr. Reynolds' property since, because I'm just like, I don't need any more headache. So that's why we kind of wanted to get this resolved with you guys and figure out a best path forward. So it's sort of one less thing on my plate.
So I think we agree that the trash should get removed. Question is how? If there's an impact to the wetlands, what do we do?
Restoration.
Restoration.
I do have a question on that. I understood reading the Wetlands Protection Act that trails less than 30 inches were permitted.
Footpaths,
Footpath, okay.
yeah. For personal use, footpaths, but not,
Plan A.
Not.
Plan A is the cheap plan.
Cub
No, Plan A.
Scouts. It's a good Eagle Scout project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is
Plan A?
the- So do you currently own the property privately? Privately, or
Yes.
is, okay.
And
Because I was thinking, I
insurance, so I'll call
know,
my insurance agent, and we'll get this done.
well,
You know,
I know that there's a lot of requirements for community service and stuff, but I don't know if it would apply for community service as it's currently privately owned.
Not private property.
Yeah. No.
you can do an easement, restriction, is it an easement?
Conservation restriction.
Conservation restriction, and there's also, I can't remember it either, I've gone blank because it's late and I'm falling asleep, so I apologize, I apologize.
It's normally not this long.
I know.
And I apologize.
I'm exhausted.
You guys should have more
I
on
need
your
dinner, I'm
agenda
like,
to confirm that.
Yes.
my brain's dead.
So, I mean, I think that'd be a separate thing, just talking
I
about
know,
conservation
I'm just
restrictions.
thinking
but-
down the line, because that way, if there is a restriction on it, and they do violate it, then it becomes a whole different matter, and it doesn't become your problem anymore.
Yes. Well, I would see, again, looking into the future and the source of water and how that side of the town has got some water issues, you know. This could be a source for wells, this could be a source for something to protect us in the future. That's why I'm keeping it this way, because we're going to need it.
So, what are we gonna do about cleanup? You're gonna contact the scouts.
I'll reach out to a couple I know. I'm gonna have to figure out how to word it properly to them as it being a conservation project. Because because that's what it is at this point. I have limited resources now within it, but I have a couple, so I'll reach out with what I have and see if I can get anywhere. I know, like, the high school has a lot of community service requirements, but I don't know if this would be eligible for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's just what I'm thinking right now. Because that's just what's run through my head right now, is trying to line things up with it being private property is
Yeah, 'cause-
Yeah.
what I can arrange on a volunteer basis.
yeah. If it were conservation land, then it'd be a slam dunk, but.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If
You
you
know,
can have them do the rail trail at the same time, which is kind of probably covered because it's, you guys are leasing
The
it for
town.
25 years or so. That's a mess too.
I like
mean,
DPW, doesn't it, don't they have barrels out there and don't
They
they
have
come through?
barrels, people don't.
I know, but don't they come through and do the maintenance on the, I
They-
know
they do
he
on
took
the-
down trees that had fallen and
Yeah,
stuff.
and they
John
pick
Stone
up
was
trash
real
on
good
the
about that.
immediate path, but
Yeah.
as soon as you go off that path with
Yep.
kind of banks on each side, it's all trash
Maybe.
flowing in.
Maybe Abington should have a cleanup day.
I've said that for a long time.
I
You know
mean,
what?
Rockland
I-
does it, Whitman does it, Hanson does it.
I used to partake in the Herring Run cleanup every
Oh,
year.
yeah, down Pembroke?
No,
Or Weymouth, both Weymouth,
Yep,
down
we
by
used to do the
the,
Herring Run cleanup every day.
down by the Venetian.
Yep, we used
Yep.
to do cleanup Weymouth Day, which was every spring before athletics started. That was based around all the sports facilities and playgrounds. Abington has a lot of resources that I think would be great to utilize.
Earth Day's coming up, that's a good time to do it.
Quincy does Cleaner, Greener Quincy, which
Exactly, and that's, I love the concept of what you're trying to stay with the land. And not trying to do something with it, and I think it's awesome, and I want to see it cleaned up, and
Yeah.
I wish there was a straight answer to stop the dumping.
So if I could make a suggestion, I'm just leaving the idea with you guys, and I'll wait to see what you guys think over time, how
Maybe
you
you
might
can
want
come
to.
up with
I'll talk to my
plan,
wetlands
like-
guy, and
talk to people and come up with like a plan, like this is what we're proposing, we're gonna use this piece of equipment
yeah,
to do this, and we're gonna go here, X, Y, and Z, and then if we cause X amount of damage, to a wetland area,
Yeah.
we restore it.
I'll come
And then
back.
at
I
the
got,
same time,
like I said, it's,
AJ can look things
I
up.
worked hard to keep it. I'll come back.
I wonder
Right.
to temporarily, similar to like the mountain bike trail,
Yep.
kind of a limited crossing just for the gator that's there during the work and then removed after.
Yeah, because I looked
So
at
it's kind of
ramps.
more just a couple timbers down with boards keeping you above, kind of limiting the area that's affected.
That's crossing my
And
thought.
limiting us more to one path through rather than, the gator goes left this time and right that time and
Yeah.
kind of bobbing and weaving.
Mr. Rental, how about some ground mats?
I did see and
have
was
to go do
looking
Gary
for an
Donovan?
aluminum.
That's more a little bit out of the aerial division when I'm in, but I think
Okay.
that we could maybe look into that, but
Because I know we've had to use those plenty of times, just the 4x8 landscape mats. And there's a few different
it
places.
almost makes sense to do it sooner than later before the spring and it.
Oh, absolutely, this would
and
be a winter time thing, frozen
If we could define a
ground.
path that you guys
Right,
are
where
comfortable
you wouldn't be sinking in the mud or doing as much damage. You can always go back and replant, but I think it would be
Whatever
almost.
your heaviest course is, you would want to put down some type of ground protection.
Exactly.
So that you're not putting the impact and you're displacing your footprint across the ground. Using some type of landscape mat. I know there's several different places that rent them so that you don't have to purchase them, obviously. And they're very affordable. I've had to do it before for other projects, just so we don't impact the grass and grounds, bringing stuff in and out.
National Grid does that a lot, yeah.
Yeah, well, even for his, National Grid's putting down swamp mats, which are thousands of pounds apiece.
Right.
For his aspect, he could get landscape mats, which are 4x8 sheets of plastic, basically with tread on them, and they could lay those down. There's a few different, I've rented them through a guy in Walpole before, and I think they were like $8 or $9 a piece a day. And they delivered them right to us. We laid them down and used them to go across a brand-new finished lawn so that we didn't do, and this lawn had been in for a week, brand-new sod, and we brought in a 10,000-pound man lift right across it. Did all our work, came right back out, and wasn't even divots from the lift when we were done. So something like that, like you're saying, some kind of bridge or something, once you figure out what your designated route is to disperse your footprint. Obviously, you want to limit how many trips in and out, but.
Yep, pictures, all that good stuff.
Yeah, take some pictures, definitely, before and after. But I think maybe that's the thing to do. Can you come back with a plan?
Yep.
For how you would approach this?
Yep.
And then we can approve it.
All right.
And then, does that sound good? And then the enforcement order, we can decide whether we want to rescind it. I would just say, if we do, just keep in mind you cannot work within 100 feet of the buffer or within the wetlands. That's for everybody.
Don't wanna.
So, just want to make that clear.
You get my email and contact
Yes,
information.
I do, I do.
So- And you're welcome to share it with any of the board if need be.
Thank you.
Thank you for your audience tonight.
Thank you.
Well, we gotta make a
Appreciate
vote
you.
first about the enforcement order. Do we,
We rescind it?
for rescinding it?
Motion to rescind the enforcement order?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, okay.
Thank you so much.
If you get any feedback from your neighbors, please have them contact Nick at the Conservation Department, and he'll make them aware that we know of this, if they
Okay.
haven't had an opportunity to watch the meeting.
Hoping they're watching.
They'll probably contact you guys before they.
Again, I just, I
They should be
understand
happy
it's
I'm
sensitive.
maintaining this. I want.
It's sensitive, I
Thank you so
understand.
much. Okay.
Thank you
Nick.
so much, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your audience tonight.
Thanks a lot.
See you guys, take care, get some rest.
Okay, thanks.
I'm ready to sleep.
Okay, we're getting at the end. I don't think it's gonna last much longer. We can see the end. Sorry. Discussion and possible vote on enforcement order on 900 Adams Street. Do you wanna
So,
describe it?
Take it away, Nick.
Take it away.
yep, large gravel parking lot out back. Lynn, Alex, and I went. They presented that there was a culvert that had been blocked, caused a large flooding that appeared to be wetland. Culvert was cleaned out, according to them, wetland line rescinded. Pretty much was left that once we reach the spring and they can delineate, they'd be working on getting a delineation plan to us. We can see if there's encroachment from there. Just kind of,
And there's also
Right
a
out
very
in-
large area in the back which had like a mountain full of soil or whatever.
yes, yeah, it's clearly used as a staging ground.
Yeah, which was wetlands and is no longer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which I believe they talked about doing some test pits,
Yeah.
see if there's hydric soil, everything like that with the delineation. They had an environmental attorney there representing them.
yeah.
But it was more waiting for the weather break to allow them to delineate.
Exactly.
They had an environmental attorney there?
Yes.
I don't know if he.
That's how he presented
said
himself.
He had been counsel for DEP in the past, and they had explained it used to be a drive-in,
It did, Abington Drive-In.
Yeah,
I
part of
still-
the property way back, yeah.
but it was delineated back in 2013? When was it, 2003 or something, but it had, pretty extensive wetlands that had, it got, whatever they did in that 20, had an NOI get approved again in 2019.
Yeah, their
they've been
NOI was for
encroaching
the
into wetlands.
front of the lot, but it showed. That's. So this. I'm trouble finding the date upside down, but this is the gravel area we're talking about. Wetlands, I believe a 10-foot buffer line they drew on here, which you can see it encroaching into. Their claim is that the emptying of the culvert greatly decreased this area. It wasn't actually wetland, it was just flooded. I believe it was left for them to kind of show us how true that is with the delineation.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mass Mapper, what did that show?
Yeah, this area back here too was where Lynn's kind of staged
Well,
area.
that was part of the.
I think when I looked on that one, after you had asked me if I could go out there, I'm like, nah, I can't. Mass Mapper, I thought it was pretty significant.
Did I write this incorrectly? 900 Adams Street?
Yep.
Yep.
If it doesn't come up on Mass Mapper, try 899. I had a problem with it. 900 wouldn't.
Kind of pull it out too and just roll- roll it.
Yeah.
So right here,
Yep.
it came right up.
For some reason, when I did it first time on Mass Mapper, 900 wouldn't come up for me.
Oh, I'm just on Google Earth right now.
Okay,
Oh,
all right, here it is.
Yes.
yeah. So,
If we look at aerial imagery, let's start with right now.
wow, wow,
Get the zoom thing out of the way. Whoops.
wow.
Okay. I just did something stupid. Okay, I know I can't see, but,
Wow.
Because where are those old foundations? Those are all,
The percentage?
A little further down, I believe.
because I know
What did I
those have been
do?
full of water, what, 4 or 5
You had
years.
the map, and then you went to imagery, and then you need to drop
Remember
Need that
somebody got side by side
Firefox,
stuck in
okay.
there, and it sat there for about 2 months.
So going back in time, 2015. So, yeah, so this is 2013.
It's 2013.
We, 2015. What did, no. I got a drag, forgot. Was that 2015? 2019?
Was it a bogan tree?
2021? is when we first start seeing stuff, and then 2023.
I mean, they just built right on top.
No, that's
They kept
property.
going
So
out.
they tore down trees.
Yeah.
They,
Yeah, yeah, now
They
the
did a
trees,
bunch of
the
stuff.
whole
So
wetland's
this
gone on this
is, I'll
side.
just do, what was it here? This is what it used to look like back in 2019.
It backs up to the
And now-
property on Route 18.
The bus company?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
wetland's gone there.
Yeah.
It's just gone. It's not the
And
bus
The whole
company.
area in the back is gone,
Yep,
that one, and then,
kidding. They
Look at
took a
that.
lot of trees out too, huh?
that's crazy.
yeah.
And that's almost all wetland?
Yeah, let me get the wetlands
Yeah.
overlay.
Yeah, if you look at the wetland overlay, when she can slide it and you can see it,
Oh my gosh. What company is this?
I don't know.
This, that.
What do
The
you
owner's
do?
Mark Bogan, who owns Bogan Tree.
Oh, it's a tree,
Probably not.
another tree company.
Well,
Wait a second. I'm trying to get the.
I know. Hanson Tree, debatable tree.
Right? This seems to be a trend. Tree
In Abington.
companies taking advantage of
Oh, come
wetlands.
on now. What's happening?
But look at, you could see where the
That's
wetlands were, and
from-
now it's not there.
Oh, there we go, okay. Yeah, so there's been significant encroachment.
Yikes.
Yeah. So, they didn't think it was a problem to do this?
No, this is what they're presenting, which I do have some emails back from 2019 with Michael Noonan. When they relieved the blocking the swale, they seem to think they got permission at that time, I guess informally from the commission. I didn't find anything
So they, so,
one way or the other about that.
okay, so there's nothing in a meeting minutes that said that this company came before the commission and got the okay, they didn't file an RDA or anything?
No, not that I
They
can
just
find on
had
the
Mike
property.
Noonan say,
Yeah, the NOI was for, if you look kind of at the top of the property, to do a building. The NOIs we have from before aren't for out here, if we're doing a structure in this area.
yeah,
So they
Okay.
delineated through here, but it's not what it was about.
okay.
So we don't have a ton of detail about this. There was just, I mean, I did find the history of that swell cleaning kind of being talked about. It seems like the highway department kind of jumped on doing it. And then, conservation got involved after the fact. And the property owner presented to us that at the time, the water then, which had flooded, drained off his property, aside from just the swale. Says there wasn't any water out in that back area after the swale was allowed to function. And then was given the impression that he could expand because it wasn't wetland. That's what he's saying to us. Lynn, you were there. It's
Yeah.
pretty much what,
I think he, honestly, he genuinely thought, I was told I could do this and did not know that he needed to come to us. Did not, because I said, did you ever have any delineations done after the water issue was resolved? And he said no. And I mean, I think it was honest, he contacted the commission, right? He was having the issues and thought that
Yeah,
he was
okay.
okay. So
Well,
the
that's a good
problem
thing.
is that,
Now you go out there and you see something, yeah. Okay.
so
So-
their DEP is saying that there's wetlands, and I've only had a little bit of experience so far with test pits.
Yeah.
Where, there's wetlands that were overlaid according to DEP, and it's like this, and so far, my very limited experience is that DEP is correct. One of the things that you'll find, AJ, is that when we look at these, they're not precise.
Yeah,
They can be shifted, they can be bigger.
right.
A lot of times, they're bigger
Yeah.
than what's actually on here. So
Well,
this is a very rough estimate.
Yeah, I know just from driving that area, paying attention to standing water over the last few years, just within that area, along 58, where they're saying that the swale cleared. I'm having a hard time believing that drained everything out. But
Well, it's not just this property, but if you look at what's expanded, just going over the course of the progressions that she showed us, the properties from the Route 18 side have his also. So we don't know. It's funny when we look at one specific property and now we're looking at the surrounding ones, you see all these other issues that pop up. It's just,
Yeah, it's a pretty good grade change as you get to the Route 18 properties. It's probably 20 feet higher elevation.
yeah,
That then drops down to the Adam Street land.
yeah, which,
Route 18's been built for a long time.
Yeah.
The,
and the encroachment has been going on for a long time, so, yeah. Okay, so how did you leave it with them?
We said that, we told them they need to do delineation, including test pits for the areas that they have,
After,
in the spring, yes.
in the spring.
They wanted to do they wanted to do the test pits now.
Right,
Lynn told them they'd have to wait until the spring for that.
yeah. Because
You know, they were-
we have winter delineation regulation, so we won't accept anything after November 15th through March 31st. Because ground conditions, especially vegetation, right? But ground conditions can also give you, false negatives, false positives at that time. So we said April.
Yeah, to kind of get the ball back rolling,
Yeah.
figure the delineation. Obviously, it needs to be soil here. There's nothing else to see, based on what's left, which they understood that. I thought they were pretty receptive to doing it.
Yep.
that's a good thing.
They seem pretty confident in, what they said, so they can, get in there and prove it. I guess that's pretty much how we left it.
So that, there isn't an enforcement order currently, so we need to vote on creating one? Is that-
Yes.
Okay,
That allows them to move forward without having to,
yeah.
yep.
So what does that sound like as a motion?
So the motion would be something like, we vote for an enforcement order on 900 Adams Street, and then we say what we want them to do, which would be
The delineation and the test
delineation
pit
by
tests, right.
April, I don't know what date we want to give them.
It depends on when they can line up a wetland scientist.
Yeah, they can't start till April.
Deadline, May 15th.
Yeah.
That gives them 5 months to find somebody. Because then if they were doing planting or something, we want it done by June 15th.
Yeah. Plus, if
Otherwise,
they
we have to wait until,
had some kind of issue, they always come in May and explain it to us. But at least it puts a clock.
yeah.
So motion for an enforcement order on 900 Adams Street with delineation to be done prior to May 15th, 2025.
With a planting schedule as of September 15th, 2024.
With a,
25, sorry, 25. I'm losing
with a
track of
with a
time.
planting schedule as
And
of September?
No,
Wait,
June 15th.
June, as of June 15th, 2025, and test pits.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Nick, would you be able to write that up? Okay, and then we can sign it. Great. Moving on now to our next
Another
one.
enforcement order.
1424 Bedford Street. This is a tricky one as well. Not that far
We got
away.
time.
Right.
You had to punch it in?
I just had to scoot it over.
basically.
Oh, there we go.
Just drag it across.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
property tax parcels. This is what I wanted. Okay.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, you can't really. Can I? No, this is as zoomed in as I can
You're
get.
different than I do.
Yeah, I do. So the area in question is here.
Yep. Trailers in wetland.
Part of the concern, and I know that the mass mapper boundary for the parcels is probably off.
Mhm.
But it looks like they're on town land. They've been working on town land. This
Oh, I
is
see the pink line, yeah, yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Yep.
This is all owned by the town.
Oh,
I
goodness.
don't know, though, if that's
Accurate.
accurate.
Yeah.
So you went out there, Nick?
Yeah, so I went out there. I think I gave you guys pictures from my trip out there. They were allowed to fill historically there. I forget the year that it was. It's pretty clear that there's recent fill. Much later than that, it's pretty clear that it's now wet out there. There's standing water. I didn't go after a storm or anything like that. It's just clear water there. Trash being dumped, concrete mixed into what's being dumped. You know, it's pretty clear out there. The owner's not around to go to the property. Communication's been tough. I do have lined up with his nephew, who he's having act as a representative for this Saturday at 10 a.m., which I was hoping to grab at least a couple of you to go with me. I want to finally get there with someone who's more in direct contact with the owner, point out what we're seeing rather than just transferring photos back and forth. I'd like to see them do a delineation with a plot plan, kind of figure exactly where that property line is and where we think the wetland's been filled from. So that would kind of be the goal. I mean, I think next meeting we might be able to have a more concrete update after we've had an on-site with somebody and discussed. Kind of see how open, receptive they are or aren't. At this point, I don't know. The owner's seemed receptive through email, but I'm not sure he's fully grasping the situation. I think he thinks, you know, a little trash blew in and he just needs to get it out.
Yeah.
You know, he's not there to see it, so I want to go there with someone who can see it and we can really talk them through what we're seeing, which that's happening this Saturday.
So should we wait on an enforcement order until after that walk then? Or do we write one up now?
I've run up now.
Yeah, you want to stop. One of the things that we did learn from our circuit rider when he was available, Andrew Poyant, was that if you see people in a wetland area and it's going on and it's going to continue to go on, the best thing to do would be an enforcement order to stop any further. And they cannot do anything further. And he said you need to be consistent.
Right.
You know,
That's
if
what we've
this,
been
if the
doing.
wetland is imminently being disturbed, it's being done right now. You just want to stop it. If it's a question of they're getting a little closer and they're, you know, you can ask them to, and then take it from there, but.
So I think we have the enforcement order vote, and then who wants to go out with Nick on Saturday? I can't go.
What time Saturday?
10 a.m.
Can you make it 10:30?
We'll probably still be there at 10:30.
Okay.
I can walk slow down the drive.
Okay, all right. It's just that my mornings are kind of busy, but, okay, 10?
Anybody else want to go?
I'll get back to you. I'll try. I gotta.
John?
I have a wedding, unfortunately.
Oh, no, that's a good thing.
It's a great excuse to get out of it.
I have a wedding or a funeral, either one I can go to, so I'm thinking the wedding.
AJ can go.
As long as I don't have work, I will be there.
Oh, okay, all right.
So
Seems like a fun one.
Just
It does seem like a fun one.
I'll be literally kicking butt.
So,
Taekwondo.
motion for an enforcement order at 1424-1428 Bedford Street. What other detail? Is it just stop work? Is that
Stop work.
stop work on the wetlands
Yeah.
at the back of the property?
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, any opposed? No, unanimous, okay. Almost done, guys. Discussion and possible vote on pre-construction checklist. So we came up, well, Jean came up with the checklist that I put into Word format. I know Nick sent it out to everybody. I don't know if anyone had time to look at it, but I figured we'd go ahead and we could use this document for every single time we go out, have it with us, it's just handy dandy type of thing.
Right, it's just to make sure we cross our Ts and dot our Is and don't forget some of the major points. I mean, with each project, there's going to be additional little nuances that need to be added, but for the most part, these are the things you want to look for and make sure that they've been done. I'm sure if anybody has any additional comments for it, I know it has helped me because I've never really been in a lot of pre-constructions. So.
I mean, I think this is also something that could be like a living document.
Absolutely.
You know, if we notice, hey, we went on the sidewalk at 0XYZ Street, and we realize we really need to add that, then we could have a vote here where we use this, but we are allowed to add to it as
needed.
The commission feels is needed. So.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion on that? Or first, Stotlin. Okay, first of all, any comments?
Was there a couple corrections, I think, Gene, you made? Is this on this?
I didn't make any changes, but.
Didn't you have some questions? I think it was like on line 14 and line, something with the car, I think it was line 13 and something else. I know you, or somebody questioned wording maybe a little bit different. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, it was Gene. I tweaked it a little bit based
Okay.
off Gene's suggestion.
Okay.
And that's what we have here, or has that been changed?
I believe
You have what I tweaked.
Okay,
You
good,
have
good.
that-
All right, that's
that
what I figured,
product.
because I was trying to figure, I know one of them was 13 and.
Yeah, it wasn't
makes perfect
wasn't
sense
any
be-
content change, more
Yeah.
grammatical. Make
Okay.
the wording clear.
That look good?
It looks good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, any type of tool that we can use that will allow us to go, yep. It's kind of like the NOI checklist. I mean, it allows us to streamline the process and not run into issues and.
And be consistent with everyone.
Exactly. And we
That's the
have
important
something
thing.
for our file saying, so-and-so went out there, here's the pictures, this is what we did, this is what we talked about. I'm sure it can be edited in any way, shape, or form as needed, and there probably is more information. But what it was I obtained this information by looking at comparable conservation commissions to see what they do for their pre-construction. And I just put together a very general, it's just very general. So it's not overly,
Would I be out of line to say this would even be useful for the general public that's looking to do something? Because I know I've been asked before, they know they are on next to a stream or something.
Yep,
Versus, they call the building department,
yep.
they get overwhelmed with everything. If this could be something they could just print just as a general thing,
I think that's a great idea.
gives them something to go with because it covers all the bases right there, So
Good
that way
idea.
there, we're not, helps everybody out in all the departments. 'cause then-
Proactive versus being reactive.
Versus showing up with,
Right.
oh, you're missing this, because there
Correct.
really isn't a general checklist of what they need
Yeah.
to go through.
Yep,
It's folded into the pamphlets.
yes,
Exactly.
perfect.
Exactly. That's,
Exactly.
I just know I listen to stories from other people when they go to do an addition or something and, oh, what do I do for this? What do I do for that? When there's really no set
Yeah.
checklist.
Yep,
I know every job is going to be different, but
yep,
even if it's just a generic,
right.
Motion to approve pre-construction checklists.
seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, awesome. And speaking of pamphlets, Nick, would you be able to follow up about having those actually laminated and
Okay.
professional, whoever the
Was the prison or something?
supposed to
Schools.
look at
so,
that
yeah.
and,
Okay, there's a
Make changes.
consultant involved with it?
yeah. She
Okay.
came and visited. I think it was before your time.
Yeah.
She sent an email about it the other day. I didn't get back to her, but I'll
Oh,
write back to her
okay.
tomorrow. She asked if we were able to get it printed.
Samantha.
Samantha.
Yeah, Sam.
Okay, I think she's the town's web
Yep.
person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I would like, Justin did a great job, and
He did an awesome job.
I know that it's what we have now is great, but it's not showing its full potential for his vision.
I think a print shop would figure out how to get rid of the margins and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay, building permit site visit. So Thompson Pond, this actually popped up a couple months ago. Apparently, well, there was this person who, he walks Thompson Pond every day with his dog. He noticed that people had been making tree houses on the town land. I don't know if it was one tree or a couple trees.
When I went out there, it was two separate kind of, one kind of floor, say raised 6 inches off the ground with kind of a lean-to type roof, and then one more treehouse, kind of looks like a duck blind type of thing. All kind of constructed with, I'd say like 2-3 inch, young trees. They kind of, looks like they mostly hacked them off like hatchet, a foot and a half off the ground.
Do you think these were done by kids?
I mean, certainly not like a professional job, but it looks more extensive.
You said it looked like a duck block. I was like,
Yeah, no,
hunters out here?
I wouldn't expect it to be done by like
Yeah.
middle schoolers,
Yep.
but maybe late high school.
Okay.
What do you,
Plus,
where on Thompson Pond was
it's actually
setbacks? Were they
the-
500 feet from a dwelling?
probably not quite 500 feet from
We
a dog.
are into waterfowl season.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had any reports of any kind of shooting up there. That's kind of how I would describe
That
it.
just crosses my
Yeah.
mind if it's
That's just kind of the look.
professionally built.
No, I know.
It's
Yeah,
definitely
that's
not
why I was
professionally
like,
built.
That's why I asked these kids, because hunters, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was no shell casings. We haven't had any.
that's
reports
why
that
I
know
was
of in
trying
town.
to see
Yep.
Yeah.
where, if it had the setbacks, because
No firing guns within 500 feet of a dwelling.
occupied dwelling.
Yeah, so
Thank you for the
this
correction.
here's Glen Street,
Yep.
right? So path comes in, goes through here. This is dried out right now, just from the drought condition. And then it's kind of, in this area, it's kind of outlook. This pond's actually significantly.
So that's not,
Right here.
Wow.
I was thinking maybe it was like on someone's property, like the edge, but
It's the
that's
town
like,
land.
that's
It's-
legitimately town land.
It's
It's not even in
definitely town
question.
land. It's not
Yeah.
close.
Wow.
So,
That's the one, the end of the runway, right?
Yeah, the runway is over.
on the other side of there, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll zoom out a bit. You can see.
So,
So DPW is going to clean the site up.
It's up here.
they're
I
gonna tear it
wasn't
down.
able to make it out there today to see if that's happened. I will be going to see if it has happened. If not, I'll follow up when it's happening.
Okay.
I think DPW is kind of in a time where if they don't have snow, they kind of are looking for something to do anyways.
Okay.
So they're planning on cleaning it up. Police knows about it to kind of monitor. Obviously, they're not walking out there every day, but, if they see cars piling up at the end of the street or anything like that. Aside from that, like I talked to, Lyndon talked to the gentleman who walks through there. I think he's gonna be our best
Eyes
Eyes
and ears.
resource.
and ears.
You
Yeah.
know, if he sees anything, I'd love for him to reach back out and,
I mean, I didn't know if it was homeless people too.
I certainly don't think that.
We had, when it was first reported, and then Tony had mentioned, oh, there's a homeless encampment, so
There
don't
was a
do
couple that are
anything.
found around town.
Yeah.
This isn't
And,
that
and
situation.
that's what when I talked to the person who reported it, he said, no, it's not the same area.
Okay.
But I wasn't allowed to do anything until police action had been taken, and then Christmas came and went, and then I went, oh, Nick.
Yeah,
Just
so,
remembered.
yeah, so DPW is on,
Top of
may have already cleaned it up. I think it was over a week ago I asked them to. They, John Stone, this, head of it, had no issue, happy to do it for us.
Perfect.
And I guess the hope is that just it being removed will kind of be deterrent that it shouldn't be happening, and maybe try to catch it more in its infancy if it starts back up again. No digging, anything like that, all just, and no significant cutting. It's all stuff that one guy could kind of pack and carry. That's that, I guess.
Thank you.
There's that. 0 Summer Street.
So, few things to go over there. First, environmental monitor has started, which I think is great to have that kind of eyes and ears there. They're responsible for doing a weekly inspection and an inspection if there's a storm over, I think, 1/4 of an inch, off the top of my head. Rain over 1/4 of an inch. The first report had one issue of some stockpiling, and I believe it was a light pole and a compactor.
Porta potty.
The porta potty had been moved before
Okay.
she was there.
Yeah, before her report.
Oh, okay.
We also had the other issues.
Yeah.
that You saw.
Yeah.
Of the porta potty,
The light pole, the dirt,
the dirt,
the gravel.
the DEP sign being covered up.
Yeah, it was behind the,
Dirt on top of the compost.
yeah.
Yeah, so that spurred us really pushing for the environmental monitor to start.
Yeah. We,
They wanted to wait till more of digging to start. We told them no, not acceptable. So
Excellent.
I
they
shut them
began.
down until
Yeah,
they did it. But luckily they had someone lined up, so.
yeah, so their first one, what's the
Was
second one?
January 3rd week, because I remember that was around my mother's birthday, I think.
Yeah.
And then we had another one just recently on the 10th.
Yes, and I have that report for everyone.
Were we invited out to that one on January 10th?
We were not. I don't believe we left it with her that we were gonna be invited on all of her walks.
Oh, I thought
We had told them that we would be
Popping
going
in?
out ourselves,
Okay.
but we didn't say that we would be present for hers.
Ah, okay. Thank you for reminding me.
So she hadn't told me when she was going. She did tell us it would
Okay.
be mostly
Thank you.
Thursday, Friday, to kind of keep that same timeline.
Most likely Thursday, because Thursday's dedicated to conservation for you, yes, or can you?
Oh, for me going out,
We don't want them to know exactly what days we're going.
yeah, Monday,
We don't-
Tuesday, Thursday, the
Yeah,
days for me.
We shouldn't just lump a
Yeah,
lot at one time.
her, she was
Oh,
looking to
it's
go-
Thursday, they're gonna be coming, everybody
Right,
clean
right,
up, you
right.
know?
Yeah.
So you wanna kinda keep them on the toes.
Yeah, actually, earlier in the week might be better, because she's gonna be mostly Thursday, Friday. We can kind of offset that a little bit.
I don't want them to know that we're coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
Just be random.
just to get through the second report,
Yep,
again, she found a couple issues.
okay.
Number 7,
Number 6, number 5 is okay, silt fence?
yep, number 7, corrections needed to maintain the effectiveness. Minor repairs to extend the longevity of silt fence, corrective measures, site supers notified and stakes replaced, stables added to secure the fabric. Number 10, there was some material within 50 feet. Looks like some trees were stored in a machine. She had to move by the end of the day. I thought there was one more I'd seen. But really, I guess my main point is, it's good to see that she's correcting them on some things. It's good to see that she's reporting things she's finding, so we can kind of look and see if there's stuff that continues. I mean, having some of the fabric come off is normal. It's just good that she's there to tell them to fix it.
Excellent,
So it was,
very good.
One
I
of
mean,
my concerns.
clean reports are great, but it's nice to see that she's reporting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And these are nice reports. It
Thank
sums
you.
it up nicely.
Yeah.
One of my
Yeah, nice.
concerns is, in the order of conditions, we had independent monitors, so I checked with her to say, are you truly independent? Because she was like, you know, one of the things she said is, I'll send the report to the company who would then send it to you. And I said, no,
Yeah.
it gets sent directly to us instead. But this is a good start for her. I don't think it's a good start for them. And how many weeks are we into this?
The monitor, 2 weeks.
Right, but for the
Since
project,
they started probably 4 or 5, I'd say.
Christmas, I'm not sure.
I
think when you swung by before Christmas, you had said they had started cutting. I could be wrong.
It's a sidewalk 1-3.
Which one is that?
412?
412.
12-5, we did a sidewalk.
We called it Zero Summer, but.
Yeah, 12-5 was our first sidewalk. That was when, we first discussed before any work
The
started.
pre-construction.
Yeah.
And then it was 2 weeks after that, and, yeah.
The work started.
Right.
The,
Oh, this is the new big apartment building.
Yeah.
That's where.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking to Paul and I mentioned these and he said, you know, a big company like this should have ironed out all the kinks within the first 2 weeks. So I'm glad we're getting an independent monitor, having you guys pop in at random dates and times so people.
Yeah, I think I just told
helpful
Nick.
and hopefully they will start to go, okay, they're pains in the butts. Let's keep things going properly because we're tired of them telling us to do X, Y, or Z.
yeah.
Okay.
Then additionally there, I don't know if we want to go, Gene, you had mentioned the way they had the erosion control. They did send me the plan on that specifically.
Is this the plan this was accepted by the planning board, or was this, I mean, I'm still kind of confused because I've never seen it done that way. And I even went back and looked at other things, and I'm like, why does it seem like the dirt is on top of the compost?
It calls for the core logs to be set in a trench.
Okay,
On the plan,
okay.
so
A trench I can understand, but when I saw the dirt from the area where they're driving in and out, and I saw it covering the tube, that kind of.
oh, it certainly shouldn't be covered.
Where you-
Is that what we saw?
Well, I mean, initially, when I first went out there and I stopped and I was looking at the sign and everything that was underneath the compost tubing, and I'm like, you can dirt right on top of it. And then when I went by the other day, because I couldn't get onto 1283, so I scooted around down Summer. I just stopped and I looked at it and I'm like, why is the chain link on the other side? You would think that it would be on the side where the work site is, and
Yeah,
not on the wetland side.
What they stated to me is that they have it there so that they can maintain the erosion control without having to go onto the wetland side.
And see, to me, I would think the chain link would be on the work sides to prevent any vehicles from going over to where the compost tubing. That was my thought. So I just needed to somebody double check because they're putting a chain link fence in the wetland side, and that bothered me more than having it put on the compost, the work site side, that's all. But I've never seen it done that way, but I guess every project's different.
Well, and it's also, I'm going to be quite honest, I don't know any of the specifics of this, and so I don't know what I was looking for, and a lot of this was already approved not by us. By the time it got to us, you know, this sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what, when I reached out, I said, do you have the, approved plan set showing how it's supposed to be? And this is, what they got back to me.
I mean, we pretty much were excluded from any,
Yeah.
ding, ding, that's my bedtime reminder. Ding, ding, ding,
It's time.
bedtime reminder.
God, this is the longest
This is
meeting.
awful.
Oh my God.
So,
What an initiation, AJ.
Yeah, AJ, it's never, I've never gone this long.
We've never gone this long, but,
while we're rolling with Zero Summer Street,
yep.
they reached out to the building department asking about the placement of their work trailer. So, told them I would pass along for you all to digest.
Their work trailer?
Not the temporary one they have there. There's gonna be a larger trailer.
Where?
It's shown, I think there's a plan attached that kind of shows it. It's down near the pond end.
What?
Yes, is what they're asking.
What's the size of the trailer? 24 by 60?
How many feet is it? from the-
24 by 60.
64?
It's right on the other side of the silt sock.
Oh my goodness gracious.
And what is this trailer going to be used for?
That's their site trailer for all their in and out, you know, like we were in the little one that was on the sidewalk. This is gonna be their permanent base for operating whatever, their plans, their this.
Yeah, it's an
that.
office trailer.
And it has a generator.
Yeah.
Is it generator?
Yeah, it says that they're gonna have a generator for
2 to 4 weeks.
2 to 4 weeks until they get temporary power from the utility pole. The generator has built-in containment of any fluid leaks, 124 brings capacity. Additionally, plan to provide an external diaper containment beneath the generator, which will be on the 50-foot buffer area. She sent it to the building department. It's in the Concom jurisdiction, so I'm bringing it here.
Should ask them to propose alternative ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe their original plan calls for it to start down the far end and kind of move with construction. They were trying to avoid that.
Okay, no.
Stick with the plan that was approved.
Yes, stick with it as,
Yeah.
I'm very uncomfortable with it being this close to the pond. We already had to fight a lot to get,
19 feet for a protection area when we require 35. Without getting into having them to go back to zoning and redo the whole plan. So our regulations were used as a
bargaining tool.
bargaining tool. So we were lucky to get 19 feet for a protection from that.
So, no, I mean, I'm not the only member of the commission, but that was
No,
sort
but
of
I mean,
got-
we were on the board then and we sat through all of the conversations. You know, and that's the best they could do. They moved the parking area, they moved the snow removal, and they put it down the other end by the parking lot. Now they want to put a temporary, you know.
There was other property they could have acquired to do this project, but that's a different story, I guess.
That is a different story, but,
I'm not sure.
my personal recommendation is that they stick to their original plan.
Give them a minute, so you're gonna take them on.
Yep.
So
So that's, it's not on the agenda, so there's nothing to vote on, right?
Well, I know that it's.
It's not on the agenda, so there's nothing to vote on for this one, right?
Correct.
the last one you're talking about, National
No,
Grid?
no, no, this one, I
Oh,
think
this
Nick
one.
wants a
Yeah.
decision.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, it came into the building department, so I'm just,
Oh, from the conservation standpoint,
Ask the commission what they feel. I have a tendency to agree with Lynn.
I agree with
I'm
Lynn.
not willing to, I think they need to stick to the original plan.
I agree.
I'll pass it along.
Cool.
I'm very sensitive.
AJ, your opinion?
Yeah, I'm not surprised by what,
Yeah.
but
Good. Yep, that means nada. Nada.
Okay. And just the very, very last thing, you guys all probably have in your packets, the National Heritage South Weymouth Naval Air Station issue.
Yes, please.
I've had several correspondences, been a beneficiary of getting emails that were sent from places like NEPA to the people doing it, saying, hey, it's basically, you've got this habitat, and you need to make certain that you file the proper documentation if you want to build here and we don't have it. Please give it to us.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. One thing we could do though is, we have no jurisdiction.
Correct.
Like, we won't have control over that area until 2065.
Wow.
I'm probably not gonna be on the commission. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's morbid.
Me too.
You won't, you'll be alive.
You'll be here.
I'll be barely alive. But I thought what we could do is consider asking Andy Burbine, who is our liaison, for an update. He's on
That's
the
awesome.
the Abington representative on the committee, so if you guys are all right with
That
that.
sounds like a good plan. Yay!
Justin,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Welcome, AJ. What an initiation.
What an initiation.